That was a dramatic stop. Howdy, partner. It's just us, I guess. So, welcome to the stream. You have ultimate control because you're the only one here. Yeah, we can have some more people show up. Oh, okay. There's at least two. My documentation is telling me there's only one person here. But, okay, we got at least two. So, cool. We can have multiple control people. Welcome to my attempt at the Wild Wild West. They are a really, really awesome duo. So, I commend you guys. Thank you for your loyalty and for your awesomeness and being here with me. I do not have Wild West stuff, so this is like the best I could do. I do have these hobby horses, so these are pretty cool. gonna go. Maybe this one's the one that'll go. Thanks, buddy. So yeah, we got the horse backup to help us out today in our adventure through Snakebite Canyon. As you can see, it's a little treacherous. You might get bitten, but we'll try not to. You know, I will do my best to protect you guys on our adventure today. I don't know. I'm like a little unhappy with like where my chair is set up, so I'm trying to find like a good spot. Okay, this should be okay. Are we going to die of dysentery? I really hope that our best friend in this book's name is Terry, so that we can die from dissing him. But I'm assuming it's probably not going to happen. But we'll find out in a second when we start the book. I'm drinking wine tonight, you guys. I got these more awesome please. Got these best glasses ever for Anne's birthday, so I have a couple of those left, and that's real great. Super classy. You want to know how classy it is? It's a mini Franzia box wine. That's how classy it is. The screen is frozen, or this is a scam. So whoever Black loses, your screen is frozen, or you're a scam, not me. I don't know. So yeah, I'm just ultimate Wild West classy here happening today. Yeah, it's 7:05. Let's just do this thing, you guys. Let's have fun. We're gonna have a great Friday night as usual, and die a lot of times, and hopefully have some good endings. The last book we did last week had some pretty great endings. I feel like I should be like documenting somehow when we have like really great endings, because I remember last week there was one that I was really excited about, but then I don't remember what it is now. But I don't want to have to like watch the 4-hour video again to find it. So I don't know, we'll figure it out. So this week's, I guess, our introduction is, are you scared of snakes? Then don't buy the magic snake eyes at the gift shop at Lone Star National Park. True, they'll turn you into some cool animals, but the original owner wants them back, and he's one angry old rattlesnake. You could get a map to a gold mine instead. You might strike it rich. On the other hand, you might end up dead. And that would make it hard to get your money back. So this is your camping trip. You decide what will happen, and you decide how terrifying the scares will be. Welcome to number 26, Alone in Snakebite Canyon. Oh, also to mention during our introduction and during our intermission today, we are listening to Bet on Rats, another local Grand Rapids based band that are really great. There's some super cool dudes, and their music is killer, so check them out. Growl! Quit it, Pete, you yell at your older brother. For the zillionth time, I know you're not a panther. I made you jump. Admit it, Pete says. You scowl. You are feeling a little jumpy, but not because of Pete. There's something creepy about this dusty visitor center shop. Or maybe it's just that you're car sick. The road through Lone Star National Park was bumpy and rutted. Anyway, there are no panthers around here anymore, you add. It's full of rattlesnakes now. That's why people call it Snakebite Canyon, not Panther Canyon. Pete shrugs and wanders over to your parents. They're stocking up on camping supplies. You're beginning to wonder if spending an entire week in this park is such a great idea. Then you glance at a dusty old glass display case. Awesome! It's filled with snake skulls, real Indian arrowheads, and cool-looking rocks. In the middle of the case is a hairless old head. The skin is cracked and wrinkled all over. It looks mummified. It must be about 1,000 years old. The head grins. Can I help you? It asks. Go ahead on page 2. You gasp. And then the head rises. It's not a mummy head after all. It's just The old shopkeeper. He was staring at you from the other side of the glass case. Scared of wild animals, are you? The shopkeeper cackles. I have something that might help. He holds out a box with a pair of little balls inside. They look like marbles. These are snake eyes, he winks. Magic snake eyes. Right, you murmur, with a weak grin. The old guy is crazy. You're about to turn away when you glance at the snake eyes again. They're glowing. Whoa, maybe the snake eyes really are magic. The Kwisatz Indians knew how to use these magic eyes, the shopkeeper goes on. You just rub them, and poof, you turn into an animal. Say a bear is chasing you. Why, you just rub the eyes, transform into a bird, and fly away. The transformation lasts for 1,000 heartbeats, long enough to make you escape. You're thinking that sounds pretty good idea. You're sort of scared of bears. Besides, wouldn't it be cool if the eyes really worked? You just might buy them after all. And then you notice the price tag. It's almost all the money you've got. Are they worth it? While you try to decide, go to page 4. They're a little expensive, you mumble. The old man shrugs. Well, how about a magic map, then? He points at an old paper scroll in the display case. The label says, Map of the Lost Gold Mine. Wait a second. How can the mine be lost, you protest? It's right on that map. The old man bends toward you. That's not why it's called lost, he whispers. It's called lost because no one knows who's gone in there and has ever come out again. I ruined that sentence. It's called lost because... No, it just doesn't... It was a bad sentence. I didn't ruin it. R.L. Stine ruined it. I'm sorry. It's called lost because no one who's gone in there has ever come out again. I did ruin it. It was me. Apologies, R.L. Stine. You swallow hard. Really? Really, he nods. It's guarded by an ancient magic, but they say there's enough gold piled up in the mine to buy this whole state, if you can pass the magic tests. A gold mine protected by ancient magic? Or a pair of snake eyes that turns humans into animals? You don't have enough money to buy both. Which one would you rather have? I'm trying to load a poll. I wasn't on top of it. This was the one thing I didn't preload, but at least I did check the audio. I did not try and burn my house down before today's stream, and I believe momentarily I will be able to get up a poll for us to vote in a second. Booger is just in my desk drawer. If I just close it, no, it's not staying in there. Oh, I thought that would have been great. Okay, so new poll. Choose option 1 if you want to buy the snake eyes, or choose option 2 if you'd rather have the map. In order to vote, you type in VOTE, exclamation point VOTE space the number you want to vote for. So if there's anyone that hasn't been here before, please look at what everyone else is doing and get the voting instructions. And I will try and be more on top of the music so that we can have our Jeopardy theme song going for our 44 seconds left in the voting round. I added just a little bit more time to that. That way if somebody is having some lagging issues, we still have time to include them in the vote. Okay, we're going to bookmark our first page. Let's see where we're going to go. Looks like we're showing a theme so far with the 6 votes we do have. We got 14 seconds left. Complete. Every single person voted for the snake eyes. I mean, that seems pretty legit to me. Like, the map is really not as interesting as the snake eyes. So, we're going to page 26 to see what happens. You decide to buy the snake eyes. They probably don't work, but they look so cool. Outside, you show the box to Pete. I hope you got some snake eyes of your own, you say with a smirk. Snake eyes? For what? You take off the lid. They're magic. So when a big bear comes into our camp tonight, I'm going to turn into a bird and fly away. You're going to be bear food. Magic eyes? Yeah, right, Pete snorts. You hold up the eyes. Look, they're glowing. That's just the sun, stupid, Pete argues. You inspect the eyes more closely. Well, they were glowing before. Weren't they? Then you see a piece of paper folded up tightly in the box. You open it, and it's covered with tiny writing. You can hardly read it. You scan the first words as a chill goes down your spine. Read them on 135. It says, warning, these eyes were stolen from a magic rattlesnake. Pete yanks the paper from your hand. He reads in a low voice that's supposed to sound scary. The snake could turn into any animal with a blink of his magic eyes. Ooh, I'm scared, Pete wails. Give that back, you shout, grabbing for the paper. Pete whips it away and keeps reading. It could become a field mouse and crawl through the smallest hole. It could see for miles with the sharp eyes of an owl. This is so dorky. Shut up, Pete, you yell. Give it back. Wait, it gets better, he laughs and keeps reading. One day, a brave eagle plucked out the snake's eyes. He gave them to the Kwisatz Indians. For centuries, the Kwisatz used the eyes to change themselves into animals. Now you have the power to transform yourself, but the magic carries a price. Turn to page 33. You snatch the paper from Pete's hand. Pete shakes his head. No kidding, there's a price. How much did you pay for those eyes, sucker? I think they're cool, you mutter. You fold up the paper and tuck it into your pocket. And then your mom walks up. Ready, campers? She asks. You all climb into the car and head for the campsite. You're staying in the Kwisatz Basin. There are picnic tables, cooking grills, and metal boxes where you can lock up your food. The boxes are marked bear-proof. Awesome. You and Pete set up the tent you'll be sharing. The minute he wanders off to look for firewood, you crawl inside. You unfold the paper that came with the snake eyes and keep reading. Legend says the rattlesnake still searches for its eyes. It roams the Kwisatz Basin and hills, and it burns with anger, planning a terrible revenge on the thief who has its eyes. The thief who has its eyes, you think? That would be me. Turn to page 17. You shake your head. It's just a dumb story about a mean, blind rattlesnake that hangs around the area where you happen to be camping with your family, looking for the person who has his eyes. When you get in your sleeping bag that night, you make sure it's completely empty. Not because of the legend or anything. It's just common sense to do that when you're camping in wilderness. Yeah, that's it. A little while later, Pete's snores are so loud that they wake you up. You sit up, and your eyes widen in surprise. Something is glowing near your feet. It's coming from your jeans, which are folded and lying on your pack. The snake eyes. The glow is showing clear through the pocket. You wriggle into the jeans and roll out of the small tent. You pull the snake eyes from your pocket. They're hot, like marbles left in the sun. You hold one eye up to your eye for a closer look. You can't believe what you see. Take a closer look on 86. It's as if a movie was playing inside the eye. You see a falcon flying in the moonlight. It circles high above the earth. You peer into the other eye. This one shows a big black bear, huffing and snorting as it ambles along a hilly trail. The storekeeper said that if you rubbed the eyes, you would turn into an animal. You're beginning to believe him. You might as well give it a try. But which eye should you rub? What's better, being a falcon or a bear? If you want to be a bear, choose option 1. If you'd rather be a falcon, choose option 2. I feel like this really is like Animorphs, Mr. Sunshine said. really gotten to Animorphs. I was like all about the Goosebumps and not about the Animorphs. So, I don't know a lot about them. So this book is just the best of both worlds, or this book is just Goosebumps trying to get onto like the Animorphs fan base. One of those things is happening. We have 27 seconds left to vote. If you are interested in voting, we are reading number 26, Alone in Snakebite Canyon, from Give Yourself Goosebumps by R.L. Stine. And we are deciding if we would rather be a bear or a falcon. And we have 5 seconds left in the poll to vote. And we will decide. 1 second. Okay. And it looks like everybody chose option 2. Well, not everybody, but most everybody chose option 2. So we're going to start with the falcon and see what happens on page 8. If I can find page 8 in the book. It's not like they're labeled or anything. I want to be a bird, you think. You rub the glass eye, showing the falcon. A strange tingling starts in your stomach. Soon, you feel itchy all over. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. You look down and see why you're itching. There are feathers sprouting out of your body, and you're shrinking. Your jeans and pajamas fall off. You watch your feet turn into claws. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. You try to scream for help, but the sound that comes out is a screech, and it's coming out of your beak. You're a falcon. This has to be a dream, you realize. You try to pinch yourself, but you flap your wing instead. It's no dream. You remember something else the storekeeper said. If you lose the snake eyes, you can't change back into a person. You scoop up the eyes in your sharp beak. You peer down at your feathered falcon's body. You know what you're going to do next. You're going to fly. Soar to page 131. You flap your wings like crazy. You feel yourself lift into the air. You open your eyes. Your campsite is yards below. You realize there is nothing holding you up. For a second, you have a sick, sinking feeling. You're falling. And then your wings stretch out and catch the air. Instead of falling, you're soaring. Up, up, up. The tents in your parents' car are so far below, they look like toys. But when you're keen falcon's eyesight, you can make out every detail. You wing along through the crisp night air. It's amazing. It's awesome. You're really flying. All of a sudden, that funny tingling in your stomach comes back. Uh-oh. You're turning back into a human. And you're about a mile above ground. Now what? Find out on page 90. Your heart pounds in your feathered chest as you flap your wings. Why are you changing back so soon? And then you remember, according to the shopkeeper, the transformation only lasts for 1,000 heartbeats. A falcon's heart must beat a lot faster than a human's. It's a good thing you've still got bird vision. You can see a mountain ledge up ahead. Maybe you can reach it before you lose all your feathers. There's also a winding river below. Maybe you should head for that. If you turn into a human in mid-air, the water might break your fall. If you guys want to head for the mountain ledge, choose option 1. If you want to land in the river, choose option 2. Only 1,000 heartbeats. We still have 28 seconds left to decide with option 1 to head for the mountain's ledge or option 2 head for the river. see. Oh man, it was a tie. You guys. Did you not vote? You voted 2? We're going 2. Okay, thanks. We're going with 2. No longer a tie. So we're going to try and land in the river first and see what happens on page 37. You dive for the river. As you speed towards it, you feel your wings turning back into arms. Your feathers are falling out. By the time you are over the river, you're not flying anymore, just falling. You tumble out of the sky and smack against the water. Ouch. Everything goes silent as you plunge underwater, and then you struggle to the surface. You pop up, coughing and gasping. You shake the water out of your eyes and glance around. High canyon walls rise up on both sides. The cold river rushes you downstream. It's a good thing you can swim. And then you hear a loud, roaring sound. The current picks up speed. As you round the canyon wall, you gasp. Just ahead of you are the worst rapids you've ever seen. Jagged rocks rise out like boiling white water, and you're rushing towards them like a freight train. Swim to page 74. Then you realize something even worse. In all that coughing and sputtering, you seem to have swallowed one of the snake's eyes. You spit the other one into your hand, and then you feel around your mouth with your tongue. Yep, it's gone. But there's no time to worry about that. You're still hurtling towards the rapids. You look into the remaining snake eye. It's glowing, and it shows a fish. Well, isn't that lucky? You wonder if fish have trouble with rapids. Instead of changing, you could try swimming for the shore, but the current is so strong. So what's it going to be? Change into a fish or swim for shore? Choose option 1 if you want to try to be a fish, or choose option 2 if you want to try to swim ashore. Sorry guys, I'm ruining everything because I can't get Spotify to work properly. We have 22 seconds left. Choose option 1 to transform into a fish, or choose option 2 to try and swim ashore. We're tied right now. There's 9 seconds left. Somebody else vote. Okay, coolio. We got option 1. Turn into a fish. Turn to page 53. You're in the water, so it makes sense to be a fish, you think. You rub the wet snake eye. This better work. The rapids are coming up fast. A tingly feeling washes over you. Your stomach gurgles. You pop the remaining snake eye into your mouth. You are not gonna swallow this one. Your arms grow scales and fold into your body. Your legs grow together into a tail. As your head slips underwater, you hold your breath. And then you realize you're a fish. You take a tiny breath of water. Not bad. And then another. Soon, you're breathing as if you were born with gills. You zoom into the rapids. You dodge rocks. You swoop through the swirling water. Your fins are like wings. You're the fighter plane of fish. Your stomach starts gurgling again. Hey, it's too soon for you to change back. And then you realize you haven't eaten breakfast. Dinner was a long time ago. You're just hungry. And then your stomach rumbles again, and you feel funny. Uh-oh. You are changing again. Head to page 88. Your fins disappear. Powerful legs replace your tail. And you're getting furry. You're a jackrabbit. What's going on? You didn't rub the snake's eye. But you can't think about that now. You have a more urgent problem. Jackrabbits cannot swim well. You flail your hind legs trying to stay above the water. You feel yourself bonk against the rocks. You're not a fighter plane anymore. You're just a wet rabbit in the rapids. And then your stomach rumbles, and you feel yourself starting to change again. What is happening? And then you remember that you've got a snake eye in your stomach. Oh no. Does stomach rumbling count as rubbing the snake eye? Your nose grows before your eyes. It's turning into some sort of snout. What now? Snuffle your way to page 136. Your skin is getting bristly. Your snout gets longer. You're turning into some kind of pig. And then you remember your books. There's a creature in these parts called the javelina. It's a sort of wild pig. Unfortunately, javelinas can't swim any better than rabbits. Bonk, you bounce off another rock. Plus, you're still hungry. You'll feel your stomach rumble again, and that tingly feeling comes all over you. This is bad. The snake eye in your stomach is changing you every time it moves around in there. Scales suddenly pop out of your arms. You gasp for air and find out that you've got gills again. You're a fish. Maybe you should head for shore before your growling stomach changes you into something else that can't swim. Or maybe you should eat a fish dinner. You've got to stop your stomach from rumbling. You see a minnow flit in front of you. Or there's a nice patch of algae by the bank, and a worm is wriggling right above you on the surface. A fat, juicy worm. Well, you have the option. If you guys want to head for shore, choose option 1. If you want to chow down, choose option 2. We still have 23 seconds left to vote. Choose option 1 to just head for shore, or choose option 2 to chow down. We got all kinds of snacks waiting for us. Okay, what do we got? We have decided on option number 2. We're going to chow down on page 113. You are hungry. And that worm looked good. You realize what you're thinking. I want to eat a worm. Yuck. But hey, the next time your stomach rumbles, you could turn into a worm. You'd rather eat a worm than be one. You swoop up towards the wriggling worm and swallow it whole. As you gulp it down, you try to imagine a nice ham sandwich. And then you try not to feel it give a final wiggle. Why is a worm in the water anyway, you think? Stupid worm. And then you feel something sharp in your mouth. A hook! As you get yanked out of the water, you have another thought. I should have known that worm looked fishy. The end. So I feel like this was our fastest ending in a couple weeks. We have not hit an ending this quickly, I don't think. One ending. So at this point we are going to travel back in time and maybe not go for the worm this time. Let's just like try and head for shore. See what happens, you guys. Somewhere there's gotta be snakes, right? I mean, I'm bit all over, so they came from somewhere. I don't know. I'm gonna go to page 9. You head for shore. Now that you're past the rapids, it's easier to swim. Soon, you'll be in the shallows right near a riverbank. And then your stomach rumbles again. You feel feathers sprouting from your scales. At least let me be turning into a duck, you think. You splash towards the shore, half bird, half fish. You barely make it before your change is complete. You glance down at yourself. Hey, you're an owl. A wet owl. You start to flap your wings and lift into the air. Phew, it's good to be flying. And owls have great vision. From up here, you can see your camp. You race towards it. Not far from camp, you start to feel funny. But it's not your stomach rumbling. Maybe 1,000 heartbeats are up. You think you can land at camp before you change, but then you spot an early morning tour group. Maybe you should change back to your own shape right in front of them. That would give them a shock. Or should you just land in your tent? If you guys want to change back in front of the tourists to scare them, then we will choose option 1. If you want to try and land out of sight before you transform, we will choose option 2. So go ahead and vote. Ivy, do it again. I did not start it fast enough. So 1, scare the tourists, or 2, land out of sight. This is resetting every time I try and do it, and I don't know why. Someone tell me how to work my phone. Got option number 1 was chosen. We're gonna scare the tourists. I mean, we can feel it, right? What's wrong with a little scare? Page 60. You decide to land in front of the tourists. After all you've been through, you might as well have some fun. You let out a loud "hoo" and you land on a nearby tree branch. A little girl on the tour gazes up. "Look, Mommy, a big owl." Ha, that's what she thinks. Just as you land, you feel the change take hold. Your feathers disappear, your wings turn into arms. You're turning into a human before their eyes. You were right, 1,000 heartbeats were up. The tour group gasps. A few hold up cameras and snap pictures, but most of them are just screaming. In a few more seconds, you turn completely into a person. Cool. And then you look down and realize you're not wearing any clothes. You're naked as a jaybird. Too bad you weren't as wise as an owl when you decided to put on this little show. The end. Oh man, 2 endings already, you guys. Naked in front of a tour group is a pretty great ending, I think. We'll keep that on the list for top endings for the day so far. Let's just try and land out of sight instead on 124 and not put on like a nice show for the tourists. Scaring the tour group would have been fun, but you've had enough fun for one day. You head to your campsite. You land behind the tent. No one seems to be awake. Good. Your feathers start to disappear and your wings are turning into arms. All right, it's good to be human again. You find your jeans and pajama top right where you left them. As you pull them on, your stomach starts to rumble. You better eat something fast. You find your dad's keys and open the bear-proof food locker. The first thing you see is a loaf of bread. You gobble down a piece. There's some turkey, so you grab a handful of that. And then you make yourself a peanut butter sandwich. And then you make another. When your family gets up, you're still eating. For heaven's sake, your mom yells. You've eaten half the food. Better get more. Your words are muffled by the food in your mouth, but your mother will understand soon enough. You've got to keep eating. One stomach rumble and you could become a dinosaur or lizard or an ant. You're gonna be pretty fat soon, but at least you'll never be hungry again. The end. Huh. So still not a fatality, but we got 3 endings. I don't know why they're not taking into consideration the option of pooping out the snake eye eventually, because I feel like at some point it's bound to happen. So, since I'm assuming it's round because it's describing it as a marble, so it might not be like painful or dangerous to pass it through. Just painful, maybe? I don't know. So we're gonna go back to right after we swallowed the snake's eye, we were trying to decide if we should turn into a fish or if we should try and swim ashore, and we chose the fish. So this time we are going to swim ashore on 78. You swim strongly towards the shore. You hope you can make it before you crash into a big rock. You're a good swimmer. Once you get out of the middle of the river, the current isn't so strong. The canyon walls are steep, though. There isn't a shore. It's just a few trees sticking out of the dirt where the walls meet the water. Their branches hang over the river. You reach up and grab one. All of a sudden, your stomach starts to gurgle, as if you're changing again. But you can't be. You haven't rubbed the snake eye. And then you realize you haven't eaten for a while. You're hungry. It's just your stomach rumbling. Whew. But you're having trouble hanging onto the branch. You peer up at your hand, and it's turning into a paw. You are changing again. You try to yell, but a bark comes out. Whoa, you're a dog. Sniff your way to page 66. Your paws slip off the branch, and you drop into the water. What's happening, you think? I didn't rub the snake eye. You doggy paddle as hard as you can, but the current sweeps you into the middle of the river. The rapids are even closer, and the rocks look sharp. And then you hear someone calling, "Here, pup! Here, doggy!" A small, inflatable boat comes up behind you. It's full of people with paddles and life jackets. Whitewater rafters. You head towards them. They paddle furiously against the current, trying to rescue you before you all hit the rapids. Just in time, their hands pull your wet dog body onto the boat. You shake hard and water flies onto everyone. How did a dog get out here? Someone asks. You try to explain that all that comes out is a whimper. Poor thing. Let's call it Wimpy. Wimpy? There's no time to be annoyed, though. The raft is about to shoot the rapids. Follow the current on 85. The boat hits the rapids and crashes into a rock. It tips so far that you almost fall back into the water, but a hand grabs you by the tail. The rafters all grip their paddles. Another rock looms, but they all paddle furiously. The raft brushes by the rock, spinning to one side. Those rafters know what they're doing. After a while, the wild ride starts to be fun, and then your stomach rumbles again. You still haven't eaten, and that tingly feeling is coming over you. Are you changing again? You remember that you swallowed one of the snake's eyes. Maybe your rumbling stomach is rubbing the snake's eye. You feel feathers sprout out of your body. Oh no, you're turning into a bird. One of the rafters screams. She points and shouts, "Hey, what's happening to Wimpy?" You must be a terrifying sight. A dog sprouting feathers. What if the rafters get scared and try to hurt you? But right now, the rafters look like your best chance to get home. Should you fly away or should you stay in the boat? If you want to fly away, choose option 1. Or if you want to try and stay in the boat, choose option 2. seconds left, you guys. Okay. We have decided to go with option 2. We're staying on the boat and letting them all watch us transform into a bird, I guess, on 52. You decide to wait and see if the rafters will help you. You're just sprouting your tail feathers when one of the rafters shouts, "It's a monster!" Oh no. You flap your wings, but another rafter swings a paddle and it hits you on the head. Bonk. The rafter sees you. One of them stuffs you into a canvas bag. Before you know what's going on, you drift into unconsciousness. When you wake up, you find yourself in a big cage. A lot of kids and adults are staring at you and pointing. "Look, Mommy, it's waking up," shouts a little girl with cotton candy smeared all over her face. Oh, bummer. You're in a zoo. Turn to page 84. You yell at them to let you go. Squawk! That didn't sound right. You glance down at your hands, talons. You feel the wind blowing through your shiny black feathers. You read a sign hanging on the back of your cage. You're a raven. Not so bad, though. They feed you, water you, clean out your cage. Too bad those seeds are so tasty. If you could stop eating long enough to get hungry, your stomach would rumble, and then you might change into something that could escape from here. Ravens can talk, so in the meantime, you're learning a few words. So far, you can say, "Birdie wants a worm." The end. Okay, that was number 4 already. We're already at 4 endings, you guys. Like, it's only been 40 minutes. Like, it's not been that long. That's a good point. Why didn't we change back after 1,000 heartbeats? This was a cop-out ending. I don't like it either, you guys. I'm disappointed. I feel like that one shouldn't count. It has to count, but I feel like it shouldn't count. We'll take one off at the end, but I don't like it. So I guess instead of letting us trap us in a zoo where we somehow mystically don't ever change back, we're going to try and fly away from the boat on 34 instead. You decide to fly away. And it's a good thing. One of those rafters screams and swings his paddle at you. You flap your wings and soar down the river. You glance at your reflections in the water. You're an owl. You fly high above the boat. The rafters are staring at you. Lost my place. As if they can't believe their eyes. You fly even higher and gaze around. From up here, you can see your campsite. You head towards it as fast as you can. You don't want your stomach to start rumbling while you're in midair. Just as you get to the camp, you start to feel the change again, but your stomach didn't rumble. Maybe your 1,000 heartbeats are up. Oh, you guys, we already did this one. Was that the right one? Did we just hit a time loop already? This is Crazy Town, you guys. Okay, we got our first time loop, apparently. Time one. I forgot the one. One time loop. Okay, we got 4 endings and 1 time loop happening already. So we're gonna go back again to whatever this guy is. I'm disappointed in this book. So I don't think it's the book so much as, well, first of all, this is called Snakebite Canyon. There's something about snakes and like a giant spider. Oh, I forgot to put my giant spider up, so I'll pull that out at some point later today for you guys. But we haven't even talked to any of that. So I think we chose like the short one first, and I think we chose the long ones the first couple times. So I think it'll be fine. All you picking those paths, are you picking all the opposite ones and not the majority? And now you're gonna like take it out on everybody else? Can't believe you. Okay, so now we've gone back to where we first turned into the bird, but we were changing back to a human. And we were trying to decide if we should head for the mountain ledge or land in the river. And we previously decided to land in the river. So we're going to try and head for the mountain ledge on page 101 and see what happens there. You flap frantically towards the ledge. As you get closer, you stare cross-eyed at your beak. It's starting to look like a nose. As you flap harder, your wings are just turning into arms. Just as you start to fall, a strong gust of wind pushes you the last few feet to the ledge. You land with a thud on some jagged rocks. Ouch, that hurt, especially since you don't have any clothes on. You take a deep breath and look around. There's a cave entrance right in front of you. It's pitch black. Down below you is a huge canyon dotted with cactus and tumbleweeds. The sun is just starting to come up. What a great view. If you weren't naked, stranded, and freezing, you'd really enjoy it. How are you going to get down? It looks like an impossible climb. Impossible for a human being anyways. And then you realize the snake's eyes are still in your mouth. And you spit them into your hand and peer at them. They're glowing. Take a closer look on 110. Oh, on this path, we did not swallow one, so that's good. You hold up one of the eyes. You can see a tawny, muscular mountain lion in it. Hey, mountain lions don't have trouble climbing down mountains, you think? You gaze into the other eye. It shows a bat flittering through a dark sky. You shiver. You've had enough flying for one day. On the other hand, bats can see in the dark, so you could explore the cave in front of you and then climb down. After all, this is supposed to be a fun vacation. What'll it be? Should you try to climb down as a mountain lion or explore the cave as a bat? So choose option 1 if you want to become a bat, or choose option 2 to become a mountain lion. Choose option 1 to become a bat, or option 2 to turn into a mountain lion. We still have 40 seconds left. I see Sean has joined the party. So we're getting a little bigger again. Hello, friends. Seconds left. Choose option 1 to become a bat and explore the cave, or choose option 2 to become a mountain lion and climb down the mountain. I am sending invites to more friends to come join us at the party. I may or may not have sent some to some of you who are already here. I apologize. Okay, complete. We chose option 1. We're going to become a bat. I agree. Great choice, you guys. I would choose a bat. That seems way more exciting to me. Number 12. You've always wanted to be a splunker. That's someone who explores caves. With bat senses, you'll be the best splunker ever. You rub the snake eyes showing the bat. You gasp as your skin stretches from your fingertips to the sides to make a wing. And then your chest and your face get furry. It tickles. When the transformation is over, you pick up the snake's eyes and your bat feet and flap into the cave. As you fly along, you hear yourself making little cheeping noises. The noises bounce off the walls of the cave, and then your bat brain turns the echoes into a picture of the cave. Awesome! You can see with your ears. With your new sonar, you detect an insect flying in front of you. Without thinking, you swerve towards it. You catch the bug in your mouth. It's a crunchy, tasty mosquito. Mosquito? Ew, you just ate a mosquito. Flit to page 115. And the grossest thing is, that mosquito tasted good. You flap through the cave, dodging the sharp stalactites that drip from the ceiling. Then your stomach tingles. The snake's eyes are wearing off. Seconds later, you land on the ground with a thunk. Ow, you cry, that hurt. You can't see a thing in the black cave. Without bat sonar, you're blind. But you can still hear sounds. Dripping water, the flutter of wings, and something else. Far from down the tunnel. A rattle. It sounds like a rattlesnake. You think of the legend about how the angry snake is still searching for its eyes. But that's just a dumb story. You hear the rattle again. This time it's closer. You gulp. You have to stay calm. There are lots of rattlesnakes at Big Bend, you tell yourself. Perfectly normal rattlesnakes. Maybe you should get out of here after all. Grope your way to page 44. But first, you have to find the snake eyes. You skim your hands over the ground until you feel them. As you scoop up the eyes, your hand brushes against something metal. You try to pick it up, but it won't budge. It feels as if it's nailed to the floor. You grope your hand down the piece of metal, feeling for the end. It's really long. In fact, it seems to go on forever. And then you realize what it is. You know that miners use train-like cars to carry ore out of the mines. It's a track for an ore car. This cave must lead to an old mine. You hear the rattling noise again. Time to get going. You start shuffling along. After a few steps, you bump into something. You reach out and run your hands down the object. It's a box on wheels. It must be an ore car. Maybe you can ride it out of the cave. You give the car a push, but it's stuck. Should you take the time to fix it, or should you just keep walking to put as much space between you and that rattling noise as possible? If you guys want to take a ride on the railroad and fix the car, choose option 1. If you want to keep walking, choose option 2. 44 seconds left. We got lots of time. I'm still inviting more friends to come join us. And I need to turn my phone on silent. 6 seconds left. Okay. So, every single person voted for the railroad, all 8 of you. So, great job, team, in having a unanimous vote. I guess we're going to go to page 55 for the railroad. Right. No. Okay. I just messaged Ashley as one of the people, and she said, sorry, I have another thing, even though this was the book that she wanted to read for the last 4 weeks. So, she's just not here, I guess. I don't know. So you give the ore cart a hard push. It budges an inch. You push again, and it bursts free from whatever was holding it. You jump in. After all, why walk when you can ride? The car rattles along the tracks. You're headed downward. The car starts to pick up speed. You wonder if it has brakes. Maybe you should have checked. The car goes faster and faster, shaking so violently that it almost throws you out. And then you peer ahead and scream. The car is about to crash into a wall. Keep riding on 132. So apparently, Ashley is at some sort of rude party, and that you can buy toys whenever you would like to buy them. You don't have to buy them during the 3 hours a week that I'm live streaming the book that you wanted to read, but that's fine. It's no problem. Like Louise says, she's fired. Ashley's fired. Everybody let her know she's fired now. do both. During the voting breaks, everyone shop for toys online. We can share. Oh, I can share something funny that's only mildly related, but not actually rude or any of that. But so I was on the internet earlier today, and I had an ad on Facebook. Sorry for the break. And it was an ad for Sephora, and this is the ad here, and it says, "It's better on the inside." And I was like, Sephora, what are you selling now? It's clearly one of those things that you like rub on your face to like make your skin feel like it's newer, or like it's supposed to make your skin firmer or something. But why would they market this with "it's better on the inside"? I'm just saying. That was my hilarious thing that happened today. So I will continue with the book. You duck and hold your breath. Crash! When you open your eyes, you find yourself on the ground. You must have been thrown out of the car. There's dust everywhere. And then you realize that the snake eyes flew out of your hand. You search for them on your hands and knees. Unfortunately, it's too dark to see anything in this tunnel. But what you do find makes you gasp. Bones. Human bones. First of all, how do you know they're human bones? It could just be like large animal bones. But whatever. You're gazing straight into the eyes of a skull when you hear a sound, even though it's too dark to see anything in the tunnel. Through the gloom, a figure is shambling down the tunnel towards you. It walks like some sort of evil robot, stumbling and tripping on the bones. You try to find a place to hide, but there's nowhere to run. And when you see the face of the figure, you scream. Turn to page 14. Oh no, we're not keeping snake eyes anywhere special. They specify exactly where we're holding the snake eyes every time, so stop it. But I agree, it was good marketing for Sephora. So. When you screamed, "It's your brother, Pete!" "Ah!" he yells. "You scared me!" "You scared me!" you yell back. "What are you doing here?" Pete shuffles his feet. "Some old guy at the gift shop sold me a map. He said this mine has lots of gold in it." "And you didn't tell me?" you shriek. "Some brother." "Yeah? Well, you followed me," he accuses. "No, I didn't." The snake's eyes started glowing, and I turned into a falcon and a bat, and I took a ride in a railroad car. Pete glares at you like you're crazy. "Yeah, sure." "Well, at least you've got a map. Let me see it." Pete hands you the old map. It's kind of blurry. Strangely, reading it gives you a headache. The only part that's clear is the word "warning" near the bottom. But the words under it swim before your eyes. "This map is creepy," you declare. But Pete starts staring right past you. "You think this map's creepy? Look at that." You turn. Something glimmers through the dimness. Something big. Go to page 58. He doesn't notice that you're naked. That is so true. You are totally naked right now. "What is that?" Pete whispers. "The jawbone of a dinosaur?" "Not quite, but it's a giant set of teeth." As you get closer, you see that each of the teeth are about 2 inches long. The whole jaw is about 6 feet wide. They seem to be made out of some kind of metal. Carved into the rock beside them is a message. "The way to the golden chamber is down my throat." The golden chamber? That must be where you'll find the gold. But you have to go through this giant mouth to get there. "Those teeth are huge," Pete says. "Those aren't teeth," you mutter. "They're some kind of trap." Then suddenly, the teeth suddenly swing shut with a huge snap. Go to page 121. Make it snappy. Yeah. You guys, I can't. You jump back, but not fast enough. The trap catches the sleeve of your shirt. "What happened?" Pete yells. "It's got my sleeve." Which you shouldn't have, because you should be butt naked right now, but we're going to continue. You pull as hard as you can, but your sleeve won't come free. And then you hear a screeching noise. The teeth are moving. They're grinding together. Your sleeve is slowly being pulled into the trap, and your arm is being pulled closer to the teeth. It's trying to eat me, you scream. Pete, find something sharp. Try to cut my sleeve off. Pete hesitates. Or maybe I could push the old ore cart into the trap, he says, and smash it to bits. There's no time to argue. Decide what to do. 1. Choose option 1 to tell Pete to find something sharp. Or choose option 2 to tell him to crash the ore car into the trap. Go, you guys. Who's them boys? Who are you? Oh, there's multiple boys. Hello, someone's back. What is with this book and being naked? We're not getting naked. We're just cutting our sleeve off of the shirt that we're mystically wearing after we should have been totally naked. But, you know, I don't know. I'm gonna keep, things. I'm gonna keep, sending to people who can join us. It doesn't show the time left. I don't know what to do with this. Why are you uncomfortable? I don't know who you are. No, but all we're doing right now is deciding whether or not we should tell our brother Pete to find something sharp to cut our sleeve off so we can get out of the trap of teeth, or if we should tell him to crash the ore cart into the teeth to destroy the trap. So that's the 2 options we have right now. You have a vote. Thank you. I'm glad people are enjoying my makeup. Option 1 is tell Pete to find something sharp to cut your sleeve. And option 2 is to tell him to crash the ore cart into the trap to smash it to bits. I don't think you have a knife on you. Honestly, you shouldn't even have a shirt on you because in the previous iterations we were butt naked when we transformed back into a human. So I really don't know why we have that now. So I'm gonna close the poll. Sorry. Okay. We're closing. Can someone else vote? No, it's not an orgy. There's no video chat. I am the video chat. Just this girl covered in snake bites. That's it. Can somebody else vote? Did you vote? Mboa. Did you vote? Please vote. I need one more vote. You can't read. That sucks. Just, you can type. So, definitely not herpes. I can kick you out if you're not going to be nice. Because I would only like, friends to be nice here. So, we are apparently going to ask our brother Pete to find something sharp. And, try and cut our magical, mystical sleeve off on page 23 that we shouldn't have. Find something sharp, you scream. Cut off my sleeve. Pete scrambles from one side of the tunnel to the other. By now, the grinding teeth have pulled in almost all the fabric of your sleeve. It's like being stuck in some sort of giant sewing machine that's sucking you in slow motion. I can't find anything, Pete yells. He trips over the railroad track. That gives you an idea. Pete, pull up a spike from the railroad tracks. What? Pete asks. He can be so dense. The boards between the metal rails, you explain. They have long nails in them. Pull one out. Metal scrapes against your bare flesh. My arm, you whisper. You wish you never came to this dumb mine. You hear Pete grunting as he pulls at the tracks. And then he flies backwards as a spike comes free. Got one. Ow, you moan. The metal teeth scrape harder against your flesh. You swallow hard. The next bite will be a bad one. Quick, sink your teeth into page 79. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, oh yeah, let me just pull out the railroad spike. That's no big deal. Pete lurches at you, waving the railroad spike. He thrusts it between your arm and the metal teeth. Your shirt sleeve rips in two. He did it! You're free! You fall to the ground, rubbing your arm. It feels like the worst rope burn in the world. Thanks, Pete, you muttered. No problem, he answers. Just call me Dr. Spike. The trap makes a loud crunching noise, and then it grinds to a halt. It tried to chew the railroad spike. That'll teach you to watch what you eat, Pete tells it. For once, you don't mind his bad jokes. You and Pete hurry past the trap and down the tunnel, and then you see light coming in through a doorway up ahead. Golden light. You and Pete run through the door. You blink in awe. We found the treasure, you cry. The room is filled with gold, enough gold to fill 100 gold mines. But there's something else too. A pair of green eyes staring right at you. Stare back on page 76. That's a panther, you stammer. You said there were no more panthers, Pete objects. I guess I was wrong. The panther is black and it's huge. It glares at you from inside a cage with golden bars. The cage door is open. Luckily, though, the panther is chained to the bars, so you feel safe. Sort of. Hey, Pete nods towards the map in your hand. It's changing again. You spread the map on the floor. The warning words are finally clear. You and Pete crouch close together to read. Warning. Don't enter the golden chamber without the magic key. Uh-oh. We don't have the key, Pete points out. You keep reading. A panther guards the mine. Like all cats, she loves to play with her food. What does that mean? Pete wants to know. You stare into the panther's green eyes. There's a hungry expression at them. Very hungry. To find out what's for dinner, turn to page 125. I guess we need the key to lock that panther in its cage, you say. Maybe we should go back and see if we can find it. No way. Who cares about the panther? Pete swaggers towards the gold. It's chained. It can't reach us. Pete? You begin. I think that depends on the length of the chain. Well, how long is this one, genius? Pete asks. Before you can answer, the panther leaps towards you. You have just enough time to notice that the chain is very long. You'd like to draw a diagram for Pete, but it's awfully dark inside the panther's mouth. The end. Where are we at? Was that number 5, you guys? Is that 5 endings, I think? 5 endings. Congratulations on making it this far, you guys. Thank you. We are over an hour in, so that's like 1/4 to 1/3 of the way through the entirety of the book. We have died in a panther's mouth. So we're gonna go back to where the trap was pulling us in, and we told Pete to go find something sharp, and he miraculously pulled a railroad tie out of the ground, which was great. But instead, we're going to see if maybe he can just crash the ore car to the trap on page 27, and it just seems like a little more realistic, I feel, you know. Pete, you scream. Go back and get the ore cart. Right. Pete runs into the darkness. The teeth press closer to your arm. You feel as if you're caught by a giant bulldog who won't let go. Pete, you call, hurry. There's no answer. You've got to slow down the trap. Maybe if you stick a rock between the teeth, they'll jam. With your foot, you roll a rock towards you. You use your other foot to balance it on top of your shoe. You give it a little kick. The rock flies into the air. You grab for it with your free hand. You caught it. You shove the rock between the metal teeth. The trap lets out a hideous wail. Maybe you've broken it. But the stone is quickly ground to dust, and then you hear something squeaking towards you. It's a sound like an army of mice, or a rusty old ore car. Pete bursts from the gloom. He's pushing the cart ahead of him at about 100 miles an hour. It's headed right for the trap. Unfortunately, it's also headed right towards you. Head to page 105. So your question about the map versus the eyes, I was also kind of wondering that once it said he bought it. I wonder what's going to happen if we go the other way. I think eventually we'll still meet some of these same endings, so maybe there'll be more time loops coming up. Not really sure, though. Wait, Pete! Stop, you scream. I'm in the way! Pete sees that the car is going to ram into you. He tries to pull it to a stop, but it's going too fast. Pete falls to his knees. The car hurtles towards you as sparks flying from its wheels. You wrench your arm again, but the teeth are holding too tightly under your sleeve. Pete, you yell. Do something! Pete is speechless. You see his eyes grow wide in horror as the old ore car hurtles straight towards you. You swallow hard. So much for your fortune in gold. This adventure has definitely come off track. Crash! The end. Someone called getting smashed by a cart. Oh, you guys. 6 endings already. I'm also just going to add to this right now that, like, okay, if my sleeve is, like, caught in something, like, can't you just, like, take your shirt off and, like, get out? Especially since he was already supposed to be naked anyway. So, this book is crazy. Okay, so Ivy said their favorite one was the carnival one growing up, but I don't think we had, like, a carnival one. I think we had the One Day at Horrorland was the Goosebumps book that we had that was also my favorite, and I literally have had reoccurring nightmares for, like, my entire life based on that book. So, fun fact about me is that, yeah, I have a lot of, like, weird dreams all the time. No, we didn't have the croc front one. I mean, this is the one we read 2 weeks ago, but we never had this, I don't think. I remember, okay, so, brief segue. Growing up, I had a ton of Goosebump books that I owned, and then at some point, my mom tried to sell them at garage sales, and I salvaged a few. And so in my adult collection of my personal ones from youth, I had 3 books left, only one of which was a Give Yourself Goosebumps book, which is the very first one we read, the Wicked Wax Museum, and then I know I have The Beast from the East, which was one of my other favorite ones, and then I have one more, but I don't think it's One Day at Horrorland, but that was my favorite one, so I don't know, but I know there were a bunch more. I don't remember what they were. So we're gonna get going, moving backwards now. So last time we chose to take a ride on the railroad, and we are going to try to just keep walking instead of getting into that werewolf one. Yeah, Monster Blood, I think we did. No, we definitely had It Came From Beneath the Sink. I remember having that one. Monster Blood, I know it existed, but I don't think I had it. It's hard to keep straight, like the ones I had in books and the ones that I just saw the TV show for too. So it's a big mix up there. So we're going to 47. There are 3 Monster Blood books. There are, yes. I can tell you that much. I know a little bit about Goosebumps. Not a lot. Enough to make it seem like I know a lot. You shuffle along the train tracks for what seems like hours, and then you blink. Is that light ahead? You rush towards it. The light pours from a hole in the cave ceiling, high in the ceiling. There's no way you can climb up there. The rattling sound echoes through the cave behind you, and now you're positive it's definitely a rattlesnake. Your hand holding the snake eyes grows warm. You look down and see that the snake eyes are glowing again. In one of them, you see a spider. It's big and gray and furry, a tarantula. With a shudder, you peer at the other snake eye. This one shows a mosquito flitting around. As a mosquito, you could fly up the hole into the roof, but how would you carry the snake eyes? As a tarantula, you could climb up with the eyes in your mouth, but it will take forever. You jump when you hear the rattle again. The snake is much closer. You've got to get out of this cave. So what's it going to be? Choose option 1 to become a mosquito, or choose option 2 to become a tarantula. It should be repeating, but it's not. I don't know. No, it's repeating. We still have 28 seconds left to vote, you guys. Choose option 1 to become a mosquito, or choose option 2 to become a tarantula. And I'm still continuing to try and forward this to more friends. Oh, the music lined up perfectly. That's so great. Okay, so we got option 2. We're gonna become a tarantula, which is gross as heck. But thanks, you guys. We're gonna do that. We have to do them all, right? So 51. You rub the tarantula snake eye, trying not to imagine how gross you're gonna look. Like I said, at least you'll get out of this cave. Your stomach lurches as you start shrinking. Fur pops out on your legs. All 4 of them? Make that all 6 of them. Wait, make that 8 of them. 8 hairy legs, and you've got 4 pairs of eyes. Creepy. You scoop up the snake's eyes and crawl towards the cave wall. You can't move fast, but you can climb straight up the rock. This is great. There's no way that snake can climb after you. You've escaped it for good. You reach the hole in the ceiling, climb out, and glance around. It's afternoon. You're next to a vast, empty space. It's got a giant, strange markings. Is it a football field? A parking lot? You crawl onto it, and then you see headlights. Oh, it's a highway. And the headlights are on a big truck. A big truck heading straight towards you. Ugh. You run back the way you came, but tarantulas run really slowly. The truck bears down on you. Jeez. 8 eyes, and you forgot to look both ways. The end. The end. Again. Splat. Where were we? Is that 6? 7 endings. Whoa. 7 endings. Okay. So, I guess tarantula wasn't the way to go. We will try the mosquito, see what happens on page 20. Wait, I just realized like a weird thing. So, the like prophecy or whatever says you could, if you don't have the eyes, you can't turn back into a human, but it says you turn back after 1,000 heartbeats. So like you only turn back after 1,000 heartbeats if you still have the eyes. If you don't have the eyes, you stay forever. Is that why we became the crow and stayed for forever? I don't know. It's confusing me now. You rub the mosquito snake eye. You don't want to be an insect. And you don't want to know how you're going to change back. You'll be too small to carry the snake eyes with you. But right now, all you can think about is getting out of this cave and away from that horrible rattlesnake. You feel yourself growing smaller and smaller. New legs sprout out of your bug body. You have 3 pairs of them now. You peer at your wings in the dim light. There are 4 of those. You take off. Wow. Being a mosquito is almost cooler than being a falcon. You can hover in place like a helicopter. You whiz around, testing your new flying abilities. And then you hear a cute cheeping sound. Maybe it's another mosquito. You can have a little mosquito friend. The cheeping sound gets closer. It's a familiar sound. That's the sound of a bat. Uh-oh. You remember how much bats like the taste of mosquitoes. From personal experience. You buzz towards the hole in the roof. The cheeps get louder. The bat gets closer. You can hear its leathery wings flapping. But you can't get away. Doesn't that bug you? The end. You're right. We're dead. 8 endings. Dead. Congratulations, you guys. We died again. So, at this point, we're going to go back to the point where I think this is the first time we looked into the eyes that we had, and we had the choice to become a bat or become a mountain lion. We previously chose the bat, so we're going to try the mountain lion on 35 and see what happens. Trying to climb down the mountain instead of going through the mysterious cave. 35. You rub the snake eyes, showing the mountain lion. Your stomach gurgles, and then your arms grow longer. Golden hair slides out of them. You feel fangs sprouting from your gums. You test that with your tongue. They're sharp. You pop the snake eyes under your tongue, and then you open your mouth and let out the practice growl. Grrr. A flock of small birds on the rocks below take off quickly. 2 rabbits scuttle under some bushes. You're the king of the desert. You rule all the other animals. And then you hear a rattling noise. Somewhere down the rocks lurks a rattlesnake. But you're a big lion. You're not afraid of some dinky snake. And then you remember the last words of the Snake Eyes legend. The rattlesnake still searches for its eyes, and it burns with anger, planning a terrible revenge on the thief who has its eyes. The rattle comes from the rocks again. It sounds closer. Too close for comfort. Turn to page 134. We just go back and keep repeating the same cycle over again. We turn into a bat and then eventually a mosquito and then eat ourselves and just keep repeating over and over again. Is that what you're saying? We should do that one? Maybe it's time to get going. You leap down the mountain, jumping from rock to rock. Even deep clefts don't show you down. You jump right over them. Finally, you stop to rest. Your sharp mountain lion ears pick up a slithering sound behind you. The snake! But that can't be. How could a snake slither fast enough to keep up with a mountain lion? And then you hear a rattle echoing through the rocks. Your fur stands on end. You have to keep moving. You lunge down the mountainside. Then, with only a few more leaps to the desert floor, you get a queasy feeling. 1,000 heartbeats must be up. You're starting to change. You speed up. But just as you're jumping towards a stony ledge, you see your claws turning back into hands. You just reach the edge of the ledge. You grab at it with your hands, but you can't hold on. You're slipping. Get a grip on page 40. I'm not sure we could just give the eyes back because, like, he wants revenge, and people who want revenge don't really just want, like, the thing that they had back. They usually just want to, like, make it worse for you. So... You manage to grab the rock with your fingernails and haul yourself up. You rub your hands. Ow, that hurts when you're not a mountain lion. The desert is just below. You climb gingerly down the rocks, wishing that 1,000 heartbeats lasted just a little longer. When you're on solid ground, you scan the area. It's a scrubby, flat desert. Just like in the movies, but hotter. Much hotter. The heat waves roll off the brown sand and rocks. This looks bad. You don't have any water. You don't even have any clothes. And there's no way you can climb back up that mountain. Again, why did you suddenly have a shirt? And the other storyline. Done. We're done being mad about it. Worse, the snake is still following you. Behind the rocks, you hear the rattling again. The wind picks up. It sounds almost like a voice, and it's calling. Give me back my eyes. A chill runs down your spine. You're starting to understand something. If the snake eyes work, then maybe the legend of them isn't true. And that means the snake that's following you is highly annoyed. After all, you've got its eyes. Turn to page 97. You need to turn into another animal, quick. You spit the snake eyes out into your palm and gaze at them. They're glowing. Good. One shows a small kangaroo rat hopping along. You once read that kangaroo rats know how to live in the desert. They can even get water from seeds. The other eye shows a Mojave rattlesnake slithering along a sand dune. Rattlesnakes are also good at surviving in the desert. The question is, which animal can escape from the snake that's been stalking you? You scratch your head, looking back and forth between the snake eyes. A kangaroo rat? They can hop pretty fast. Or a Mojave rattler? That would put you in the on even footing or even stomach. Oh, never mind. You have to choose. You can hear that snake is getting closer. If you want to choose the kangaroo rat, choose option 1. If you want to choose the snake, choose option 2. We have 39 seconds left. Are there more strangers for me to send this to? Rat will totes get eaten. That's what I'm thinking too. I mean, they probably do hop fast, but like, I feel like a rattlesnake is probably like their natural predator, though, right? Like, I don't know. Everybody chose, not everybody. The majority chose the rattler. So we're going to do our snake versus snake battle. See what happens. We're going to go page 87. As you rub the snake's eye, you feel yourself stretching and shifting. The muscles in your back grow strong, flexible. Just before your arms disappear, you pop the eyes into your mouth. Now you're a snake too. On the sandy ground, you twist and turn until you get the hang of slithering. Just in time, too. You hear the other rattlesnake close behind you. You snake into the desert. As the sun comes up, the sand is hot on your belly. The wind carries the sound of the snake that's chasing you. You could swear it's hissing, "Give me back my eyes." You crawl on, dune after dune. Your muscles get sore. Maybe you're just not cut out to slither. Behind you, closer than ever, you hear the other rattler. And then you see a small fire ahead. Campers! If you can reach them, maybe they'll be able to help you when you turn human again. Or maybe you should just stop running and give that crazy snake its eyes. It's not too late to say sorry, is it? Choose option 1 if you want to head towards the campfire, or choose option 2 if you want to just give the snake back its eyes. Going to the snake as a rattler is going to end well. I agree. That seems skeptical. I feel like you need to like sneak behind the tent and then turn into a human, and then you approaching them as a naked child is maybe also not great. I don't know. We still have 33 seconds left, you guys. Okay, we got more votes for number 2. So we're going to just try surrendering the snake eyes to this guy and see what happens. Page 63. You've crawled far enough. You're pooped. You turn around and nervously wait for the other snake. He slithers over the dunes. His scales rasp on the sand. You shiver as he stops in front of you. His tail rises and gives a long rattle. "Give me back my eyes." You cough up the snake eyes. Sorry, I was just trying to have some fun, you explained shakily. Fun? With someone else's eyes? Well, thanks for finally giving them back anyway. He doesn't seem mad, just happy to have his eyes back. Maybe he's not such a bad snake after all. He isn't, in fact. He turns you back into a human, and then he gives you directions to your camp. While you're walking, you feel something weird in your mouth. 2 of your teeth are really sharp. Whoa, cool. He lets you keep your fangs. You rub your tongue against them all the way back to camp. You can't wait to smile at your annoying older brother. You silently send the snake a message. Fangs for the memories. The end. Okay, this is so far. This is the best ending of the book, in my opinion. We are at 9 endings. So number 9 is my favorite. Anytime we can end with like a really great pun, that's where my heart is. So the fangs for the memories, that's a good one for me. I appreciate it. Let's see. We will go back to where we just previously chose to give up the snake's eyes, which was apparently the right choice, but let's try the wrong choice. Let's see what happens. We're going to try to go towards the campfire on page 107. Slithering into camp, you spot 3 people snoozing in the sleeping bags. Good. You didn't want to scare anybody. The rattle of the other snake sends a shiver down your spine. And your spine is long. Quick, where can you hide? A sleeping bag. The other snake won't look for you in there. You slide in next to a sleeping camper. You peek out. The other rattler slithers into camp, and then it raises its tail and rattles. 2 of the campers wake up screaming. They scramble out of their bags. It's almost funny. But the third one isn't scared. He grabs a long stick with a loop on the end. Like lightning, he whips a loop around the other snake's neck. He stuffs it into a big sack. Yes! That'll make a nice belt, he comments. And then he spots your head poking out of the sleeping bag. Uh-oh. You try to slither away, but he's too fast. In moments, you're dangling from his loop, trapped. This one will make an excellent purse, he exclaimed. A purse? How embarrassing. You thought this adventure would be cool, but now, don't you just wish you could just bag it? The end. 10 endings. That one was funny, but not as good as the last one. I still am going to say thanks for the memories. You still have the eyes. That's true. You would turn back. You'd be like in the bag as a human and then suddenly like burst out of the bag. I don't know. This book is full of plot holes. It's like it's for children or something. Jesus. We're going to go back to where we had the choice between turning into a rattlesnake or a kangaroo rat, and we're going with a kangaroo rat this time, even though we think that its natural predator is the rattlesnake that's already chasing us. But we'll find out on 116. Rats! That's the ticket. You rub the eye and start to shrink. You pop the snake's eye into your mouth. Soon, you have whiskers, a long tail, and powerful hind legs. The hiss of the rattlesnake comes from a few feet away. Whirling around, you spot it. The snake's long, brown body slides and bumps through the rocks. Its forked tongue flickers in and out of its cruel mouth. And its eyes are nothing but gaping sockets, with raw flesh oozing out of them. Your whiskers twitch, and you squeak with fear. The snake suddenly coils and reels up. You hop away so quickly you're almost flying. You try to count your heartbeats, but they're coming way too fast. Still, you're putting a lot of distance between you and the snake. Soon, another sound makes your rat ears perk up. It's a screeching coming from above. You peer into the sky. A falcon is circling overhead. You remember how good your eyesight was when you were a falcon, and to the falcon, you probably look like lunch. You hop like crazy, but the screeching comes closer, and you heard wings flapping just over your head. Hop faster to page 94. Just as the falcon's claws open over your head, you see a hole in the sand. You dive in. The falcon screeches angrily, and you hear it flap away. You're in a long tunnel. It's cool down here. Running along, you can smell other kangaroo rats. The smell gets stronger until a line of rats passes you, chattering about how they need to collect seeds. Talking rats? And then you remember, you're a rat too. It makes sense that you can understand them. You pass more rats, digging and carrying things. This must be a kangaroo rat city. There seem to be miles of tunnels and burrows. Before long, a huge chamber opens up in front of you. 2 guard rats bar the way. Why do you want to enter the throne room? Demands one. Speak up, the other one says. If you talk, the guards will see the snake eyes in your mouth. What if you try to take them? Maybe you should just keep your mouth shut and hop away. If you want to speak up, you'll choose option 1. If you want to keep your mouth shut and hop quietly, choose page 2. Option 2. Although, I'm like, if you're a kangaroo rat, like, the fact that you fit 2 snake eyes in your mouth seems like kind of like a big deal. But I guess, like, rodents probably, like, have those expandable cheeks and stuff, so probably, okay. It's not right. I don't know why it keeps doing that. We have 21 seconds left. Choose option 1 to speak up and risk them seeing the snake's eyes, or choose option 2 to keep your mouth shut and hop on quietly to the next option. See, we got almost everybody chose option 1. Give me 3 seconds. We are going to speak up. We're going to tell them why we want to go to the kangaroo rat throne room, even though we didn't realize that's where we were going. But we're going to go there. We have intentions. You open your mouth to say hello. But when the guard sees the eyes, they both let out a yell. The crown jewels! You brought back the crown jewels! A crowd surrounds you and lifts you up on its shoulders. Soon, you'll learn the real legend of the snake eyes. It turns out that the jewels belonged to the kangaroo rats long ago. The kangaroo rat queen wore them on her crown. One day, she was snatched away by an evil snake along with the jewels. They weren't snake's eyes after all. Well, you knew the other legend was just a dumb story. Magic Snake? He was just mean, not to mention eyeless. For returning the jewels, you're made the ruler of the kangaroo rats. The problem is, the guard rats lock up the jewels for safekeeping. You can't change back into a human. But it's nice to be the boss, even if you are a rat. The end. So I guess... You guys, my cats are wrestling up there and screeching, so I'm sorry about that. King of the Rats is pretty cool. You guys, stop. Someone stop. Go away. I'm just going to spray them forever. I keep these handy spray bottles all over the house for when the cats become annoying. We are on... I don't know what one we're on. What number was that? 11? 11. Stop. E-L-E-V endings. I know how to spell 11. It's cool. So, sometimes I see things that are happening on the other pages, and I'm like, oh, I see the future. So it says something about a ghost, so that was interesting to me, but we'll have to wait to find out. We're going back to, we just chose to speak up to the rats, and we became Rat King. And we're going to instead keep our mouth shut so we don't lose the snake eyes and hop quietly to page 81. You wave at the guards and scurry away. Come back here, one shouts. Who was that? The other cries. You run faster. The guards squeak for help. You hear more rats coming. You find a long, empty tunnel and rush down it as fast as you can. But the guards are right behind you. The tunnel starts to slant upward. Maybe you can make it outside. Your heart is racing. You must be close to 1,000 heartbeats. You'd like to see those guards' faces when you turn back into a human. But suddenly, the tunnel stops. It's a dead end. Turn to page 137. The guards close in, and you cough out the snake eyes. Maybe you can turn into something bigger. But the eyes aren't glowing. When you look into them, you don't see a thing. You're trapped. One of the guards sees the eyes. You've got the crown jewels, he screeches. You must be the one who stole them. The other rats crowd around, squeaking and climbing over each other. Wait a minute. These are snake eyes. From the store, you protest. Of course they are, snaps the first guard. But they're also our crown jewels. You'll see why when you meet our king. They drag you back to the throne room and wait for the king to return. You hear him coming long before he arrives. Your sensitive ears pick up a slither of his scales in the dirt tunnel. It's the rattlesnake. King Rattlesnake, that is. The end. Dun, dun, dun. 12 endings. Okay. I feel like we've only got a couple options going back, so we're closing in on the end of this storyline, I think, you guys. So the very first time we looked into the eyes, we had the option of choosing into the option of changing into a bear or a falcon, and we chose the falcon. So now we're back to the point where we're gonna see what it's like to turn into a bear instead on page 32. You rub the eye, feeling a little bit silly as you do. But you start to feel itchy. You scratch your skin, but the itching gets worse. And then you let out a gasp. Long black hairs are growing all over you. This is kind of scary. You're not sure if you like it. And you're getting much, much bigger. Your jeans are too tight. All of a sudden, you struggle out of them. Your hands are turning into claws, too. Bear claws. You decide that you do like this. Standing upright is getting hard, though. You let yourself fall forward onto all fours. Going around on all fours is easy as pie when you're a bear. Speaking of pie, you can smell some. You can smell all the food that your family brought and all the other food at the campsite. You follow your nose to the pie smell. Rats. It's one of those bear-proof boxes. You shake one, but it holds firm. A voice from inside your tent whispers, "Is that you?" It's Pete. You must have woken him up. Turn to page 41. Oh no. If Pete sees you now, he's going to scream his head off and wake everyone up. On the other hand, he did laugh at your snake eyes. One roar could give Pete a pretty good scare. He does deserve it after all. You're definitely going to get the last laugh. What'll it be? If you want to scare Pete, choose option 1. If you want to just sneak away, choose option 2. We still have 53 seconds left. Okay, so if you want to vote, you need to type exclamation point, VOTE, space, and then the number you would like to vote for. So try again, Mike. Also, 3 is not an option, so I don't know why you voted for 3 to begin with. But thank you for voting on 1. We have 18 seconds left. Choose option 1 to scare your brother Pete, or choose option 2 to sneak away. 2 seconds? 1 second? Ooh. Okay. And almost everybody voted for option 1 to scare our brother, which, as a sister, makes sense. So, I'm gonna do that. We're gonna scare our brother on page 104. You decide to scare Pete. You can't resist. This is your chance to get back at him for all of the times that he scared you. You snuffle at the back of the tent. You hear Pete gasp. You laugh, but it comes out as a grunt. It's time to try out your mighty roar. You take a deep breath, sit back on your hind legs, and let loose. It's so loud and horrible, you almost scare yourself. Pete runs out of the tent in his pajamas and climbs straight up a tree. He's screaming bloody murder. You frightened him, all right. Maybe too much. All over the camping ground, you hear people waking up. So what? They don't scare you. You scare them. You're suddenly lit by headlights. You turn around. It's a ranger truck. A ranger gets out. She walks towards you slowly. Is she crazy? You're a mighty bear. And she's a dinky human. And then you notice that she has a tranquilizer gun. Uh-oh. Can't bear the suspense? Turn to page 30. Maybe scaring Pete wasn't such a good idea. The ranger looks like she means business. You try to talk to her, but it just comes out as a big, nasty growl. She raises the tranquilizer gun. Okay, so talking didn't work, but actions speak louder than words. You back away from her. You sit back on your haunches and raise your paws. Nice, Ranger? The ranger lowers her gun and stares at you. Hey, maybe this will work. If you can communicate with her, everything will be all right. On the other hand, your communication skills are limited, and the ranger might get scared and shoot you. Maybe it's time to head for the hills. What will you do? Try to communicate or run like crazy? If you want to try and communicate with the ranger, choose option 1. Or run like a crazy bear, choose option 2. Sorry, I gotta Snapchat this because this is great. So don't mind me while you guys vote. That here's my desk. It's great. Keep important things in the drawers like patterns and cats. Dude, check out my Snapchat later because that's gonna be so good. Choose option 1 if you would like to try and communicate with the ranger, or choose option 2 if you would like to run like a crazy bear. Yes, another perfect timing. Hooray. Okay. We had more votes for option 1. We're going to attempt to communicate with the ranger on page 65. You decided to try and communicate with the ranger. After all, you're smarter than the average bear. After a moment's thought, you figure out a plan. You can't talk, but you can write. You walk into the truck's headlights. You reach out with your front leg and try scratching the first letter of your name in the dust. It's hard work. Bear claws were not made for writing. But the first letter comes out okay. You start the second. And then you see another ranger truck pulling up. More rangers are coming. Better write faster. Still, it's slow going. Will you make it in time? If your first name has 5 letters or fewer, choose option 1. If your name is longer than 5 letters, choose option 2. So, here we go. Name shorter than 5 letters, choose option 1. Longer than 5 letters, choose option 2. Seconds left still. Choose option 1 to, if your first name has less than 5 letters, or 5 or less, and then choose option 2 if your name is longer than 5. We got it. Option 2. We all have long names, so we're probably going to die. That's probably what we're going to do on page 46. This is terrible. Your name is too long. Didn't ever occur to your parents that you might turn into a bear and have to scratch your name in the dirt? Taking forever to write the letters of your clumsy bear paw. Before you get very far, 2 more rangers jump out of their truck. One of them raises another tranquilizer gun. You lift your paw to try and yell, "Wait!" Oops! Comes out as a nasty growl. Both rangers fire. You feel little pinpricks as the tranquilizer darts sink in. Uh-oh. At first, you just feel sleepy. Not so bad. And then you notice the little glowing snake eyes on the ground by your tent. What did the storekeeper say? Oh yeah, don't lose them, or you won't be able to change back to a person. You walk towards the eyes, but you feel as if you weigh 1,000 pounds. And then you think, I do weigh 1,000 pounds. Just before you reach the snake eyes, you collapse. You gaze at them through heavy eyes. There was a reason you wanted them, but you can't seem to remember it. Oh well, it'll come back after a good night's sleep. Wake up on page 99. You wake up on the floor. You open your eyes and see thick metal bars. You're in a cage. You start to yell, but it comes out as a growl. That's right. You're a bear. And then it all comes back to you. The ranger, the tranquilizer gun, and the fact that you left the snake eyes laying near your tent. You curl up and whimper to yourself. You're one sad bear. It's cold and windy, and a loud noise drones all around you. It sounds like a huge engine. You see a small window outside your cage. A cloud floats by. You're on a plane. And then you remember what happens to troublesome bears in national parks. They ship them off to where they can't hurt anyone. Usually Alaska. Oh well, at least you got a nice warm fur coat. The end. Oh man. So that was 12? Is that 12, you guys? Is it 13? I'm trying to scroll back. We had 12 already. Okay, it's 13. And what did I miss? Some chats. Dirt writing. And then we did write in the dirt and it didn't work. They be embarrassed, right? About killing all the zoo employees and becoming king bear of the zoo. Well, we're not at a zoo. We're just on a plane. As far as I'm aware, there's not like a bears on a plane movie, so I'm not really sure how to move forward from here at this point. Also, I'm just saying, like, if I was a bear, I probably wouldn't just like write my name. I would probably just write like help, which I feel like we probably could have done fast enough to not die. But you know, like, why would I write my name, write like a random human name in the dirt? I don't know. I don't know. Right, SOS. That's even better. True. I mean, I feel like hi is like too simple. Like that could almost be like a mistake, you know. A bear writing anything on the ground. Literally should have caught their attention. I do agree. That's, yeah, you're right. In general, we should have known better. So, let's go back and pretend that our names are less than 5 letters and see what would have happened then. Maybe we would have caught their attention on page 83. We'll find out. Oh, draw a heart. Oh, that would be cool. Be like, I love you. Don't kill me. You finish scratching out your name just as 2 more rangers jump out of their truck. They both point tranquilizer guns at you. Wait, yells the first ranger. She points to your name in the dust. This bear can write its name. The other rangers gaze at it in wonder. You sit back and smile. They must think you're the smartest bear in the world. A big, bear-sized truck pulls up, and they open the back. The first ranger points at the ramp. You decide to obey. You might be a bear, but they've got the guns. Then, as the truck heads for the ranger station, you remember what the storekeeper said. If you lose the snake eyes while you're an animal, you can't change back into a person. Uh-oh. There's still the campsite lying next to your jeans. Turn to page 130. You're stuck as a bear. But being a bear isn't too bad, especially when you're the smartest bear in the world. A lot of scientists come to watch you write your name. They ask you questions about what it's like to be a bear. Writing long answers is hard work, but it makes them happy. And when they're happy, they give you honey. And raw fish. And nuts and berries and mice. You love those teeny, tasty morsels. Plus, you get to sleep all winter. No more going to school on dark, freezing cold mornings. Yep, it's a pretty good life. And since you're stuck this way, you might as well just grin and bear it. The end. Okay. Grin and bear it is pretty great, you guys. With our 14 endings. Okay, that was my second favorite. What was the first one? I forgot my favorite pun already. What was my favorite pun? Someone remind me. Oh, fangs. Fangs for the something. Yeah. Fangs for the memories. Oh, thank you. Okay. You guys, thank you. Yes. So this is my second favorite ending. But that other one was still my favorite so far. So okay, so we're gonna go back to instead of trying to communicate with the park ranger, we're just gonna like run and see what happens. So I wasn't even here and figured it was probably a fangs pun. Oh, whatever. Well, maybe you should have been here from the beginning and then you would have still known exactly what you already knew. Yeah, take that. We're running like a crazy bear on page 96. You decide it's time to run like crazy. Before the ranger can react, you turn and dive into the trees. Wow, it's like being a tank. You crash through the bushes, cactus, and small trees. No way anyone's going to catch you. After a few minutes of crashing along, you turn around and glance back. Hey, the ranger isn't even trying to follow. You sit down and give a huge roar. Grah! And then you realize there's a funny feeling in your rear end, a pinprick feeling. And then you're really tired all of a sudden. It almost feels as if you've been tranquilized. You hear a ranger coming through the trees, but you can't seem to get up. You start to doze. And then suddenly, you remember that there was something important about the snake eyes. What did the storekeeper say? That you weren't supposed to lose them? Maybe you'll remember once you get some sleep. Yeah, sleep. That's a good idea. The ranger's coming. Maybe she has a pillow. There's probably a nice pillow on page 99. You wake up on the floor. You open your eyes and see thick metal bars, and you're in a cage. You start to yell. but it comes out as a growl. That's right. You're a bear. Dun-dun-dun. It's a time loop, you guys. It ends again with us getting shipped off. So 2 time loops. I'm glad that you recognized the time loop right away from like just the minimal distance that I went through it. Thank you for paying attention. Okay, cool. We're going back to the point where I believe we turned into a bear and we were deciding to scare Pete or to sneak away, and we decided to scare our brother, and so now we're gonna just sneak away instead on 73. Maybe it's a better choice, maybe it's not. We'll find out. Scaring Pete might be fun, but it's just too easy. Besides, you can scare Pete back home. Now that you have the power to turn into a bear, you decide to explore the forest instead. And then you remember what the storekeeper said. If you lose the snake eyes, you can't turn back into a person. Good thing you remembered. You scoop them into your mouth. A full moon shines on the forest. In the first few minutes, you spot an owl, a raccoon, and a fox. And there's nothing to be afraid of either. You're a bear. This is going to be the best vacation ever. You tip your head back, fill your lungs, and let out a mighty roar. Grah! It was even louder than you thought. As you listen to the roar echo through the hills, you hear something else from far away. A rattle, like a rattlesnake. The sound makes you think of the legend of the snake eyes. The legend says the magic snake was still searching for its eyes. But that's just an old story. Just then, the wind kicks up and whistles through the trees. It almost sounds like a voice, a soft, hissing voice. Give me back my eyes. Turn to page 68. Of course, it wasn't really a voice, just the wind. You're letting your imagination get carried away. Besides, you're a bear, not a chicken. You keep moving, but the rattle gets closer and closer. When you stop moving, you can hear slithering noises in the dry leaves just behind you. It's a snake, all right. The rasp of its scales almost sounds like whispering. Give me back my eyes. The sound sends chills up your spine. But this is silly. You're a 1,000-pound bear. You're the boss of the forest. You should face that rattlesnake now while you're still a mighty bear. Of course, bears are also good at climbing trees. The rattle gets closer. What should you do? Turn around and face the snake or climb a tree? Choose option 1 if you want to turn and face the snake, or choose option 2 to climb a tree. Leave this page and go on. We still have 1 second. Okay, no seconds. Okay, we did it. We chose option 2. We're going to climb the tree on page 118.
Here's what I found.
Oh. My phone thinks I was talking to her. Sorry, guys. Maybe climbing a tree is safer. After all, rattlesnakes can't climb trees, can they? You pick a tall oak tree and start clawing your way up the trunk. Just in time, the snake slides into view below. A chill goes up your spine. The snake's scales are old and withered. It makes a dry sound on the leaves as it crawls. As the snake curls around the tree trunk, you notice something horrifying. The snake's eyes sockets are deep. Did I choose the wrong one? I'm so sorry. I chose the wrong one. Should I go back? I'm gonna go back. Ignore what I just said. Apparently, we decided to face the snake. Don't leave me! Don't leave me! We decided to face the snake, and somehow I looked at something wrong. I don't know. I apologize. We're blue pilling it. See, snake fight round 2. Crap battle. I don't know which one is the red pill or the blue pill. I know that they exist, and one keeps you and one takes you back, but I don't know which one's which. But because I made the mistake, I apologize, and we're going back. And we're not going to climb the tree yet. We're going to face the snake on page 92. I apologize. You decide to face the snake. After all, what kind of bear is afraid of a tiny reptile? You stand in the middle of a clearing, crouched and ready to fight. The rattlesnake slithers out of the forest. You gulp. The snake isn't tiny. It's about 10 feet long. And it's withered and scaly, as if it hasn't shed its skin in 100 years. Worst of all, it doesn't have any eyes. Its empty sockets seem to glare menacingly at you. But you better not show it that you're scared. You stand up and roar. Grah! As you do, the snake's eyes pop out of your mouth and onto the ground. And they're glowing. You feel yourself changing. But you're certain it isn't 1,000 heartbeats yet. When you realize it wasn't, because you're not changing into a human, you're shrinking. Shrinking. You try to let out another roar? Cheep! You've turned into a mouse. Scurry to 133. A mouse? How could this be happening? You scurry to the snake's eyes and rub them with your little paws. You don't even bother to peer into them. Anything would be better than a mouse. That's because mice are high on the list of a snake's favorite food. You keep rubbing your eyes frantically, but no matter how hard you rub, nothing happens. The snake slithers over to you. Those are my eyes, remember? It hisses. I control them, and I can change you into anything I please. Uh-oh, you never thought of that. You try to explain that you were just having some fun, but that all that comes out are little cheeps, and the snake hisses hungrily. As you look at its long body, you realize that it will take a while to reach the end. Okay, that was legit, you guys. That was okay. We did okay. Okay, so now we're going to go back and choose the one that I accidentally started reading before because I was clearly not paying attention, and I'm so sorry. And now we're going to pretend to climb a tree on 118. Maybe climbing a tree is safer. After all, rattlesnakes can't climb trees, can they? You pick a tall oak tree and start clawing your way up the trunk. Just in time, the snake slides into view below. A chill goes up your spine. The snake's scales are old and withered. It makes a dry sound on the leaves as it crawls. As the snake curls around the tree trunk, you notice something horrifying. The snake's eye sockets are deep, black, and empty. How does it see, you think? How did it find me? It raises its tail. Rattle, rattle. The wind picks up in the trees. The branch you're on starts to shake. The blowing leaves seem to hiss the words, "Give me back my eyes." You howl with fear, and then you hear a buzzing sound. Black shapes begin to flit in front of your eyes. You glance up. On the branch above you is a bee's nest. Uh-oh. Buzz your way to page 48. The bees swarm around you. You try to tell them that you don't want their honey, but all that comes out is a growl. You wave your paws, but that angers the bees more, and then one stings you. Ow! But it's not as bad as you thought. You've got thick bear skin and hair to protect you. Your stomach suddenly lurches. Your body tingles. The hair on your arms is melting away. You're turning back into a human, and the bees are still mad. Ouch! Right on the nose. That really hurt. You don't have thick bear hair anymore. You don't even have clothes on. You've gone from bear to bear. Time to get out of here. You spit the snake eyes under your hand and peer into them. One shows a flying squirrel. Unfortunately, you can't remember whether flying squirrels really fly. Maybe they just jump from tree to tree. The other eye shows a hummingbird. Is it big enough to carry the snake eyes? You stare down at the snake. Its huge, thick body slithers up the tree. Its empty eye sockets seem to stare at you. Which one will you rub? Turn into a flying squirrel. Choose option 1. To turn into a hummingbird, choose option 2. No. Not the kid from My Girl. I've already seen enough jokes with that in like the killer hornets or whatever, you guys. I'm still really confused about how we suddenly got a shirt in that one tunnel, but we're butt naked everywhere else in this entire story. So I just like... Oh, that's a good point. Hummingbird goes so fast. If we choose that, we're gonna die like instantaneously. That's a good one. We got 10 seconds left to vote. We're on a tie vote. We only have 6. If anyone hasn't voted, please vote. We got a couple seconds left. We got a flying squirrel or a hummingbird. Okay, it's a tie. So I'm going to go ahead and just, since we tied. Oh, did you not vote? Okay, so... We're going with option number 1 because we got one last minute vote. We're doing the flying squirrel instead of the hummingbird. Probably a better choice because we're going to die so fast as the hummingbird, but I'm interested to see what happens. But first, page 22 as a flying squirrel. You decide to become a flying squirrel. You rub the snake's eye. And a tingling feeling comes over you. A branch you're clinging to is getting bigger. No, you're getting smaller. Fur sprouts out all over your body. You watch wide-eyed as flaps of skin unfold from your sides. They're almost like little furry wings. Just before your hands turn into paws, you remember to pop the snake eyes into your mouth. The bees stop swarming around you. Maybe you're too small for them to worry about. Or maybe they know squirrels don't like honey. But then, the snake rattles below you. You glance down. The snake looks much bigger when you're a squirrel. Time to fly. You squint again at your fuzzy wings. You sure hope they work. You step to the edge of the branch. The nearest tree is pretty far away, and that's a long way down. Oh well, here goes nothing. You jump. And you're falling towards the snake. Way too fast. Fall all the way down to 129. Suddenly, the wind catches your little flaps. One moment you're falling, the next you're swooping. You zoom over the snake. See you later, distant relative of the alligator, you shout. But it sounds more like a cheep. You land on the next tree. That was easy. More importantly, that was fun. You launch yourself again. This time, you catch the wind right away and glide farther. You're getting good at this. But as you fly away from tree to tree, you notice something. No matter how far you go, you can still hear that snake behind you. Snakes should crawl much slower than flying squirrels, right? Give me back my eyes. You jump again. You soar to the next tree. But when you land, you realize you're in trouble. There's a huge river between you and the next bunch of trees. It's farther than any jump you've made so far. Much farther. And the rattler sounds closer than ever. Soar to 103. The river rushes through the bottom of a deep canyon. It's full of jagged rocks and foaming rapids. No place for a little squirrel. If the wind is just right, you can make it. Maybe. Once you're on the other side, the snake won't be able to get you, right? On the other hand, this snake is magic. It seems to be pretty good at keeping up with you. Maybe you should just give up. You can see the visitor center from here. You could soar over and return the magic eyes. Maybe then the snake would leave you alone. What should you do? Try to cross the raging river? Or try to head back to the gift shop at the visitor center? Decide quickly, because the snake is getting way closer. Choose option 1 to try to cross the river, or choose option 2 to head back to the gift shop. We don't have a time loop yet, but maybe it would? I don't know, let's see. No, neither of these options are a time loop yet. We still have 40 seconds to vote option 1 to try and cross the river, or option 2 to head back to the gift shop. So the background is like you're at a national park and you went to a gift shop, and in some like display case there was these little like marble looking things, and the guy told you they were magic snake eyes that could turn you into any animal you wanted to turn into. But if you did so, the snake would like come after the people who own the eyes. So that's the backstory that you may have missed. So we decided on option 2. We're going to go back to the gift shop and see if we can just return the eyes on page 80. You decide to return the eyes to the shop. You can't keep flying forever, and that snake isn't going to give up. Just as you reach the shop, you start to feel strange, queasy. 1,000 heartbeats must be up. You're changing back into a human with no clothes on. Again, naked. That's right. You took it all off when you became a bear. The gift shop isn't open yet, but one of the windows is unlocked. You climb in, trying to be quiet. The shop is dark, but you find a Lone Star sweatshirt and shorts to pull on. That's better. The floorboards creak as you tiptoe across them. You find the dusty old case. You pull open the lid and carefully put the snake eyes back. Well, that should do it. No more magic for you on this vacation. And then you hear a sound. A slithering sound. And a rattle fills the dark, empty store. Turn to page 62. So in one of the options, one of the endings we had already, we actually did give the snake back his eyes, and he did like that we did that, and it was okay. But yeah, you gotta be here at 7, man, because like I can't give you all the backbeat, I guess. It's a snake. I just put your eyes back, you stammer, sir. The snake doesn't say anything. Its empty eye sockets just stare at you. So I guess I'll be going now, you babble. You start to move towards the door. A rattle brings you up short. Most impressive, the snake hisses. Excuse me, you ask? Many people have bought my eyes, and I have hunted them all down. It's lots of fun. Glad you enjoyed it, you say. But you brought them back yourself. Most impressive. I should give you a present. You wonder what the snake's idea of a present is. You hope it's not a little love bite and a big squirt of poison. How about this? You can change into any animal you want for the rest of your vacation. Does that sound fun? Now that's a cool present. Any animal you want? Wait until your older brother hears about this. Wait a minute. Why should Pete hear about this? It would be so much more fun to show him. The end. A love bite and a big squirt of poison. 14? 15? You guys, I need a keeper tracker. Who's keeping track for me? I just have to like scroll back up through all the comments until I find one of mine. We did 15 already. For sure. Okay. This is 16 endings. There's more than 20 endings in every book. We didn't even make it back to the beginning. Maybe this was the long side. We just didn't know it. So there's like going to be a whole nother short side after this. Okay. We're going to go back at a couple more. Let's maybe, hopefully we can make it back to that original one and then we can take our intermission. So when we were a flying squirrel, we had the option of trying to cross the river or head back to the gift shop, and we chose the gift shop, so we're going to try the river instead on 57. You decided to jump across the river. You wait for a good gust of wind. There's one now. You jump as hard as you can. You soar out over the canyon, gliding along like a bird. Of course you can make it. What were you afraid of? And then the wind shifts. Just a little. You start to fall. The dark, foaming river rushes towards you. At the last minute, you spread your paws. Your flaps are almost like a parachute. You still hit the water with a splash. You come up, coughing and gasping for air. And that's when you start to feel strange. You're changing again. You're growing bigger. The fur on your arms is going away. You're turning back into a human. In front of you are the rapids. Jagged rocks, crashing waterfalls, a roar like a jet engine. There's so much foam, you can see why they call it whitewater, and you're zooming towards it. Paddle to page 74. Then you realize something even worse. In all that coughing and sputtering, you seem to have swallowed one of the snake's eyes. You spit the other into your hand, and then you feel around in your mouth with your tongue. Yep, it's gone. But there's no time to worry about that. You're still hurtling towards the rapids. And you look into the remaining snake eye. It's glowing. It shows a fish. Yep, it's a time loop, you guys. This is 3 time loops. Woo. Oh man, it really like makes me excited when like you guys notice that it happens and not just me, because it makes me like really feel like you guys are invested in the storyline, and I really appreciate that. Yeah, so that was a whole nother thing where we became a fish, and so we are going back. We're not gonna just do it again because we already did it. So now we are back to the point where we had the choice between turning into a flying squirrel or turning into a hummingbird, and we chose the squirrel, obviously, so we're gonna go hummingbird on 120. You decide to change into a hummingbird. As you rub the eye, you feel feathers sprouting out all over your body. You gasp as your arms turn into wings, and you drop the snake eyes. You flutter your tiny, rainbow shiny wings. They beat so fast you can hardly see them out the corner of your eye. You look down and see your feet turning into claws. You swoop to the ground to grab the snake eyes, but the eyes are too big for your itsy bitsy bird feet. You try to hold on, but they fall into the ground. The snake hisses with delight. It crawls away with the eyes. What's wrong with this picture? You've got hummingbird feet and hummingbird wings, but you still have a small human body. You're half person, half bird. You must have dropped the eyes before changing all the way into the bird. What did the storekeeper say? Don't lose the eyes, or you won't be able to change back. You're stuck this way. You flap along, trying to follow the snake, but you can't really fly that well. Wait, you cry. Just let me change back into a person. But the snake slithers into the bushes. Oh well, there's always a career in the circus. The end. Okay. So that was 17 endings. And we've had 3 time loops. And now we are officially back to the very first choice in the book, where we are on vacation with our family. We go to the gift shop. We are trying to decide between buying these snake eyes that maybe have mystical powers, or if we'd rather have a map to some sort of golden treasure. And so at this point, we are going to take a intermission, take a potty break, take a smoke break, take a drink break, take a whatever kind of break you need for like 5-ish minutes. And I'm going to go pee and get another drink and hang out and whatever you guys want to do. And we'll be back for the second half of the book in like 5-ish minutes. So many breaks.
Once again, I come into this place you know but never knew. My face is old, it's a current thing. I'll touch the wall and let us see. I think my life, but I'm afraid it hasn't changed a single thing. I want it all, I wanted you. You wanted less, you wanted blue. All of the South is draining too.
back. You're back. Hopefully. So, if you're here now, we've been reading this book, and we did half-ish. Cats are protesting. I don't know. I know that there, in the description of the book was something about a giant spider, which did not happen. And when I was trying to set up this backdrop, because my backdrop is like super lame today, because I just really do not have like really good stuff for like a Wild West campground desert adventure thing. But it talked about a giant man-eating spider, which I think we'll get to soon. But I do have this, and I just forgot to hang it up as one of the props. So here's more props, you guys. So we got this big spider, and he like leaps down at people. It's so great. So, that's a thing. You think my outfit's on point? Thanks. This is the best I could do. I got a plaid shirt, and I'm just covered in snake bites all over me. So, hype. Okay, we're back. So, we're gonna go back. So, I guess I'll just go through the first, like, 2 pages anyway, because we're starting on page, like, 3, so, like, I'm just gonna kind of go through it. So it was, we went on a adventure, wasn't an adventure, we went on vacation with our family, and our brother Pete is there giving us a hard time too. We're at this national park, and we decide to go into this like tourist shop, and we have the option to purchase a couple items. And the first one is, he holds out a box with a pair of little balls inside that look like marbles, and he says they're snake eyes, magic snake eyes that will turn you into any animal you want to turn into. And the second thing is that there is an old paper scroll that looks like a map that says map of the lost gold mine. And we have the choice between the 2 options. So our first round and our first half of the book we went through was the option where we chose to purchase the snake eyes and turn into different animals and have all sorts of adventures based on that. So we're going to go ahead and move forward with the gold mine map at this point and see what happens on page 77. The choice is obvious. You go for the map. If you find all that gold, you can buy a zillion pairs of snake eyes. You hurry outside and unroll the map. It's full of strange, old-fashioned writing. The words swim in front of your eyes. You blink, but it doesn't help. Huh. You must still be carsick. What's that? Pete demands, coming up behind you. Nothing, you snap. It looks like a map, Pete says. Can I see? No. Go get your own map. So it is a map, Pete grins smugly. And then he snatches the map from you and runs. Hey, you yell. You chase after him. Pete suddenly stops short and drops the map. Hey, what's that? He cries. Find out what Pete is crying about on page 122. You scoop the map off the ground. There's a word at the bottom that you didn't see before. Warning. It's printed in big red letters. They're dripping down the page, like blood. What kind of map is that? Pete demands. You're too shocked to answer. You shake your head to clear your vision. When you examine the map again, the blood is gone. So is the rest of the warning. Weird. Your parents come to the visitor center. Time to set up camp, your dad calls. You stick the map in your pocket. You're glad to put it away. That night, you dream about panthers and bears. You wake up with a start in the tent when you share with Pete. It's very dark. Scritch. Grrr. There's something outside. Pete, did you hear that? Pete, you whisper. Pete doesn't answer, and then you hear a growl. Don't just lie there. Turn to page 75. You reach over to shake Pete. You gasp. Pete's sleeping bag is empty. He's gone. Maybe the thing outside got him. Pete? You whisper again. as loud as you can. Still no answer. The growl rumbles through the tent again. It's right outside. You reach for your jeans and pull them on. Your hair feels as if it's standing on end. But you have to help Pete. He may be in pain, but he's still your brother. Fumbling around in the dark, you manage to find a flashlight. You flip it on and tear open the tent flaps, and you can hardly believe what you see. Go to page 56. I agree. I feel like he probably has the eyes. Is he naked? Pete! Grrr! Pete growls. He laughs. Fooled you again, but at least you're ready to go. Go where, you grumble? It's the middle of the night. You notice he's holding the map. Your map. We've got to hurry, Pete tells you. Look! He points to some words on the map. You grab the map from him and frown. That's funny. Yesterday you couldn't read it at all, but now a few of the words are easy to see. Maybe some sleep cleared your head. Standing in the doorway of the ruined chapel of St. Vincent, you read out loud. From there, you will see a reflection. It comes from the entrance to the lost mine. Cool, huh? Pete exclaims. But you can only see the reflection at dawn. We have just enough time. But look here, you argue. The mine entrance is marked. We just have to follow the lost mine trail. Why waste time with reflections? I say we find the chapel. Pete folds his arms. Decide which way you will go. It's your map, after all. If you want to search for the reflection, then we'll choose option 1. If you want to just take the lost mine trail, then choose option 2. No, sorry. I'm so bad at this. 30 seconds left to vote. 1 to search for the reflection, or 2 to look for the lost mine trail. Booker, what are you doing? Do you like the spider? Okay. We got option 1 was the most voted. Search for the reflection. On page 24. You decide to go along with Pete. If you can see the entrance shining in the sun, you have a better chance of finding the mine and the gold. You and Pete quickly make some sandwiches. You leave a note for your parents. Gone hiking. The town of St. Vincent isn't far away. A rusty bus takes you there. You ask a few people where the old chapel is, but strangely, nobody will answer you. Why did they change that? We can't give up. What should we do? You ask Pete. I will help you. You turn. An old Indian woman smiles at you. She points to a crooked, narrow street. The chapel is down there. But don't go inside, she warns. You'll disturb the ghosts. You feel a chill, but Pete snickers. Ghosts? You thank the old lady, but pull Pete away. You find the old chapel, a falling down ruin. You stand in the entrance. It's right before dawn, you declare. We'll see the sun's reflection in a minute. You can almost feel the gold in your hands. Then a low moan comes from the chapel. You jump. It's a ghost, you whisper. Turn to page 71. There's no such thing as ghosts, Pete declares. How do you know, you demand? The old man at the store said the mine is protected by magic stuff. He said you have to pass a bunch of tests to earn the gold. That is so dumb, Pete rolls his eyes. I'm going inside to see for myself. He pushes open the chapel door. Are you coming? If you want to check out the ghost, then choose option 1. If you'd rather just wait for sunrise, then you'll choose option 2. And I will have the poll loaded in a second as soon as I can get it loaded up. It snuck up on me. Or you can just stay breathing heavy on your own and not choose an option. I guess that's a third vote. So option 1, check out the ghost, or option 2, wait for sunrise to enter the chapel, or whatever, I guess. I don't know. Okay, we had more votes for option 1. We're gonna check out the ghost. On page 43. You can't let Pete explore the chapel alone, or with a ghost. You cross your fingers and follow him inside. The chapel smells old and musty, even with the desert wind coming straight through the empty windows. Every step throws up a little cloud of dust. The big room is shrouded in deep shadows. Pete, you call in a low voice? Pete doesn't answer. Instead, another moan echoes through the room. You jump about a foot. You consider heading back outside. You wish you could run, but you have to find Pete, you swallow. You feel your way along the chapel wall. You follow some stairs down to cool darkness. The walls here are dirt. It's like you're walking into a grave. And then you hear the moan again, right in front of you. And another sound, too. Clanking metal, heading right towards you. You gulp, stepping back towards the stairs. A low voice cries, "Halt!" "Do what he says," another voice adds, a shaky voice. "Pete!" You stop. Your eyes slowly adjust to the dark. A figure wearing some kind of old armor looms in front of you. In one metal-gloved hand, he's holding Pete. In his other, he's got a spear pointed at your chest. Is that the ghost? You gather all your courage. "Let go of my brother," you shout. You swing at the figure's face. Whoa! There's nothing there. No solid flesh. The figure really is a ghost. You feel sick. "Why are you here?" the armor demands. His voice sounds as if it's coming from the bottom of a deep well. "Answer me." You open your mouth, but no sound comes out. "Do something," Pete cries. If you want to try and talk to the ghost, choose option 1. If you want to run, choose option 2. 1 second. Okay. And option 1 was the most voted option. We're going to talk to the ghosts on page 28. I hope these are friendly ghosts. You're good at talking to people. Ghosts can't be that different, right? We came to find the lost mind, you stutter. Your voice comes out high and squeaky. The armor clanks as the spear floats closer to your throat. You swallow hard. The point of the spear brushes your neck. We found the mine, the ghost tells you, 400 years ago. It was rich with gold. Every shovelful of dirt was worth a fortune. We stored our treasure in the golden chamber. You wonder why he's telling you all of this. The Kwisatz Indians lived here. The ghost continues. They were weak. We made them our slaves. They dug our gold for us, and then one day they rebelled and killed us all. Serves you right, you murmur. Pete gives you a look that says, shut up. The Kwisatz put spells on all of the mine entrances, spells to keep people out. The ghost pauses. But there is a secret entrance, one the Kwisatz know nothing about. The ghost pulls a lever. Torches hanging in the wall suddenly burst into flame. Turn to page 93. If I can find it. The light from the torches floods the underground chamber. You see more empty suits of armor. Their floating helmets rattle as they turn to stare at you. The torchlight glints red on their swords and spears. We have been guarding this passage for 400 years, waiting for someone to claim the gold. Their low, creaky voices moan together. Go, the first ghost tells you. The gold is yours. A tunnel suddenly appears on your right. It's lined with more flaming torches leading down as far as you can see. You peer at your map. It doesn't say anything about a secret passage, but then you still can't make out any of the words except one. Warning. What if the ghosts are tricking you? Who knows where this passage really leads? Do you and Pete risk it? Or do you grab Pete and try to run back upstairs? Choose option 1 if you want to take the secret passage, or choose option 2 to grab Pete and run back upstairs. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. "27 seconds left. Okay, option 1 was the most popular one to take the secret passage on page 54. The ghost prods you with its spear. Right, you say. We're dying to take the secret passage. You grab Pete's arm. Come on, you whisper. The ghosts want us to find the gold. Or else they're lying to us, Pete whispers back. You try not to think about the possibility. You have a terrible feeling that you don't really have a choice. The tunnel stretches out before you. You're relieved that the ghosts don't follow. Their moaning dies away behind you. It's awfully quiet in here, Pete mutters. Too quiet, you think. The only sound are the sputtering of the torches and your own footsteps, and it gives you the creeps. You step on something hard. You try to lift your foot to see what it is, but your foot feels stuck. You glance down. Yuck! The floor is covered in broken skeletons. Skeletons covered with sticky goo. Don't stick around here. Check out page 95. Gross, Pete exclaims. Do you think those skeletons once belonged to other kids? Kids like us, you ask fearfully. Shh, listen. Pete holds up his hand. You listen, and you hear a new sound. Some sort of clicking or tapping ahead of you down the tunnel. It sounds like someone's tapping out Morse code. Hey, maybe there is another kid down here. A live one. You drag Pete towards the tapping sound. It gets louder and louder. You go faster. You race around a turn and stop short, staring. Pete piles into you. Hey, watch! He starts to complain, and then he breaks off. Whoa, he gasps. Creeping towards you, clicking its jaws together, is a big spider. A really big spider. Yikes. Hurry to 112. Man, I wish I had another person in the house behind me that could, like, be standing behind me doing, like, as I did this. That would be great. The spider's 8 huge eyes glisten in the torchlight. Its body is the size of a small car and covered in thick hair, and it's getting closer. Let's get out of here, Pete yells. You and Pete turn to run, but somehow your legs get all tangled up. You fall over, and Pete falls with you. Run! Pete screams. I was running, you yell, trying to untangle yourself from him, but you seem to be stuck. You peer down at your legs. A mass of white goo covers them. It's hard, but you pull yourself free. You lean over to help Pete. Then you catch movement out of the corner of your eye. A long, slender thread shoots out of a spider's mouth. More goo! It's wrapping us up like flies, you whisper in horror as the goo winds around your legs. You can't move them, but you can move your eyes to page 127. You and Pete are caught like flies in a spider web. The spider crawls even closer. It's gigantic. How did it get so big? Pete whispers. I don't know, you snap. Maybe it's been down here for hundreds of years. Eating. Eating? Pete echoes. Uh-oh. You both stare at the broken bones under your feet. You have a feeling that you just found out what happened to those people. We have to do something, you declare. Hey, the sandwiches. How could you think of food now? Pete exclaims. Not for me, for the spider, you cry. Throw the sandwiches we packed, then it won't need to eat us. Those tiny sandwiches? That spider is giant, Pete argues. Let's try to find one of those torches off the wall. Maybe it's afraid of spiders. If you guys want to try and grab the torch, we'll choose option 1. If you want to try and feed the spider the sandwiches that you packed, we'll choose option 2. So option 1, grabbing a torch off the wall, hoping it's afraid of fire. Choose option 2 to feed the spider the sandwiches that you packed. Feed the spider. That's not even a vote, man. We have 13 seconds left. open the rest of my box wine. For anyone that missed the beginning of the show, this is what I'm drinking tonight, is this 2 bottles of box wine. And it's, oh, it's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna count your vote, and we're gonna say 5 votes for 2, and 2 votes for 1. I can't open that right now. So, option 2 was the option. We're gonna try and feed the spider the sandwiches that we made when we left the campsite on page 72. You decide to try feeding the spider. You reach for Pete's backpack, but the zipper won't open. It's glued shut by strands of the gooey spider web. Hurry, Pete yells. He's fighting to loosen the web around his knees. You give the zipper an extra hard tug. It opens. You pull 2 squash sandwiches out of Pete's backpack. The spider's snapping jaws are just inches from your face. Ah, you scream. You toss a sandwich into its huge mouth, plastic wrap and all. I hope spiders like peanut butter, Pete murmurs. The spider chews, swallows. You throw out your other sandwich. While it chews, you and Pete unwrap your legs. You crawl out of the sticky web. You're free, and then you glance up and gulp. The spider is done with the sandwiches, but it looks just as hungry as before. The next course is on page 38. Whoa. Stop. Stop. Gosh, cats are crazy, man. Yes. The spider shoots more web at you, but this time, the web isn't coming out straight. It's falling all over the spider. The spider makes a horrible screeching sound. But the noise is oddly muffled. It's as if the mouth is full of peanut butter. The spider makes a... Well, if I did that part. The spider lurches towards you, but falls, tangled in its own web. You can't let this chance pass. Come on. You grab Pete and race down the tunnel. Oh no, Pete suddenly cries. The way is blocked by a wall of rocks. Dig, you pant. You and Pete heave boulders out of the way. Soon, you scoop out a big hole, big enough to squeeze through. Golden light shines out through the hole. You scramble through and drop into a big, cave-like room. A room piled high with gold. You pull up the map. It must be the golden chamber. Yeah, but what's that sound? Pete whispers. You listen. A deep humming fills the air. Weird. It sounds almost like purring. And then you see 2 big green cat's eyes staring straight at you. Meet the kitty on 76. That's a panther, you stammer. You said there were no panthers, Pete objects. I guess I was wrong, you admit. The panther is black and huge. It glares at you from inside a cage with golden bars. The cage door is open. Luckily, though, the panther is chained to the bars, so you feel safe. Sort of. No one has identified it yet, but we just hit a time loop. We've already been here inside the chamber from the other side. We're repeating what we did before, so I believe this is time loop 4 or 5. I really need somebody at the beginning of every stream to just keep track for me, because I can't do all of the things at once. You guys. We had 3 time loops. Okay, 4 time loops. I think it's 4. I also have no idea what ending we're on, so if someone could pay attention to that, or go back so we can figure it out, that would be super cool. But yes, that was 4 time loops. So we just hit another time loop. We're gonna go back to the point where we had the option to I feel like I didn't read this page, but it's bookmarked, so we must have read this page. under the suits of armor, we have the choice to take the passage or to head back upstairs, and we took the passage for option 1. We're going to head upstairs on page 39. Go down a tunnel that's not even on the map? No thanks. You roll up the map and grabs Pete's hand. Together, you start backing towards the stairs. We have a sunrise we wanted to catch, you babble. So I guess we'll be going now. Thanks for the help, though, Pete chimes in. The ghost lifts his spear. If you won't claim the gold, then you can help guard it. You turn to run, but suddenly your muscles lock. You glance at Pete. He can't move either. What have you done to you? These two will make fine guards, one ghost groans. When they become ghosts, another adds, the floating spears are raised all around you. The ghosts herd you and Pete into a corner. Careful, you gulp. Those spears are sharp. The ghosts laugh hollowly. We know, the answer. Pete whimpers beside you. You know how he feels. You and Pete huddle close together. Your mind is racing. Maybe you can still get away. Maybe you can think of a plan. But deep down, you know better. You know that you and Pete don't have a ghost of a chance. Sorry, but this is really the end. So I was the one announcing the endings, which was, if you scroll back up to whenever I said it, I have the little, like, crown thing next to mine that other people don't have. So 17, yeah. So this would be 18 endings then. Yes. 18 endings and 4 time loops. Okay. Hope I didn't complete the last thing. Sorry. Ignore that thing in the chat. So, the last option we had before that was choosing to talk to the ghost or to just run away from the ghost, and we're going to run away instead onto page 100. I mean, we don't know for sure that they're not corporeal, so we don't know that. They didn't specify. Maybe they're solid ghosts. Oh, did we? I don't remember that. I'm sorry. Either way, on page 100, we say, "Run for it," you scream, and grab Pete away from the ghost. You both turn and bolt upstairs. The clanking armor is right behind you. Pete crashes through the old chapel and out the front door to the dusty street. You follow as best you can, but you can't help glancing over your shoulder. The ghost is still running after you. Out here in the red dawn light, he looks even scarier than he did in the dark. "You cannot escape," the ghost calls. You don't like the sound of that. You pour on the speed. But another glance behind you shows that the ghost is catching up on you. He swipes at you with his spear, tripping you. You crash to the ground. The ghost stands over you laughing. "Now you will join us. You will guard the lost mine forever." He raises his spear high above you. Don't get stuck here. Go to page 31. You shut your eyes, waiting for something horrible to happen. But the spear doesn't pierce your flesh. Instead, the terrible laughter dies away. There's empty silence around you. You slowly open your eyes and peer around. There's nothing left of the ghost. No armor, no spear. Only a small pile of silvery slivers on the dusty ground. A ray of light blinds you. Squinting, you realize that the sun has come up. "Dawn," you whisper. The ghost must have been destroyed by the dawn. You struggle to your feet. You're feeling pretty shaky. You feel even shakier when a hideous laugh breaks out behind you. Find out what's so funny on page 18. You whirl around. It's the old Indian woman who told you the way to the chapel. "I warned you. Don't bother the ghost," she cackles. You must be a lucky one. You're still alive. For now. She walks away laughing. Pete runs up. All right. You made it, he cries. I knew you could outrun that old hunk of junk. You smile, and then you remember to be mad at him. You left me to get speared, you complain. This wouldn't have happened if we followed the lost mine trail like I wanted. That's not the way I see it, Pete argues. Oh, yeah? You stomp over to the bus stop. Well, it's my map, so from now on, we're doing things my way. And I say, what do you say? Find out on page 49. Well, Pete prompts. I say we take the lost mine trail, you declare. You and Pete hike the short distance to the trailhead. There's a big arrow and a sign. Mine trail this way. You head out. The trail starts off easy, then it gets steep and tough. Pete starts complaining. This trail stinks, he grumbles. Why did they put a mine at the top of a mountain anyway? Because that's where the gold was, you snap. Well, it's way too steep, Pete goes on. He kicks a rock. A bunch of stones spilled down the trail. Would you quit messing around, you grumble? I didn't do that, Pete insists. It came from farther up. Maybe it's a mountain lion, you suggest sarcastically. Pete looks nervous. You're glad. Then even more rocks fall, and scrambling sounds echo around you. They seem to come from everywhere. It is a mountain lion. Let's beat it, Pete yells. It's too late. A dark shape flies toward you from the rocks above. Scramble to page 64. You duck as the shape flies past. As light as a feather. It's as little as a white-tailed deer. It prances down the slope. You burst out laughing. Nice lion. Oh, shut up, Pete murmurs. Are we there yet? You peer at the map. Weird. It seems to be getting even clearer. You can read the whole thing without getting a headache. And the entrance to the mine is marked as clear as day. Look, you point to a dark cave at the mountainside. That's the entrance right there. Let's go, Pete starts to climb towards it. Wait, you shout. The map says we should go this way. You trace a winding path on the map with your finger. But we can see the entrance, Pete argues. Who needs that dump map? Let's take a shortcut. A shortcut would be quicker. But the map might be magic. Maybe you shouldn't ignore it. What should you do? If you want to take Pete's shortcut, we'll choose option 1. If you want to follow the map exactly, we're going to take option 2. We still have 19 seconds left to vote, you guys. My cats are having like WrestleMania 1000. I have no idea what the number that's supposed to be in WrestleMania is, but whatever that number is, my cats are doing that right now. So it's happening here for everyone, and I wish you could see it. Friday Night SmackDown. I thought it was Monday Night SmackDown. 38. WrestleMania 38 is happening in my house right now. There's cats maybe trying to kill each other right now. Oh, Monday Night Raw. SmackDown is on Fridays? Okay. Why is there movement outside my front door? I gotta watch the camera and see who's creeping at my front door. Anyone? Just a car driving by. It's not a human. It's just a bug. We're good. Well, it's not you, Jeremy. I'm pretty sure you're a house. But everybody chose option 2 and was like, let's just follow the map exactly. We don't want to follow Pete's shortcut. So we're going to go to page 98 and see what happens. No way am I leaving the trail, you declare. You're so lame, Pete jeers, but he follows you. It takes only a few minutes to reach the mine entrance. The doorway is covered in carved slabs of wood. The map says the doorposts contain 2 separate panels. You run your fingers over the wood. Here they are. You brush away dust. The panels are made of wood, cracked with age. Each has a strange marking on it. What are they for anyway? Pete asks. You read from the map. The panel marked with the longer line holds the key inside. Choose. It's an old trick, you scoff. The line that looks shorter, the one on the left, is really the longer one. Are you sure? Pete squints. The one on the right really does look longer to me. Study them closely. Which one is longer? So, okay. I'm going to open a poll and then switch back. It's hard because I can't do both on the same screen, so I apologize for whatever delay is about to happen to do this. But I want to be able to like show you guys this and make it happen at the same time. And I don't know why it's taking forever. Okay, so we're opening the poll. And then here is the picture. If you think that the line pointing down is long, if you think the line pointing, okay, if you think that this one is longer, choose 1. If you think this is longer, choose 2. I mean, I also think they're the same, but, you know, that's not an option, so we gotta decide which one's longer. It says, if you think the line on the left is longer, so left is this one. This is left, and this is right. Left is longer 1, right is longer 2. I don't know. This is really confusing for me because the camera's always backwards. Hopefully it's the right way for you because I cannot figure it out. I don't know. Okay, people voted, and I'm assuming something happened. I can't see the results yet because we're switching here. Polls. And a lot more people voted for option 1. So we're choosing that we think the one on the left is longer. Go to page 42. I feel like I messed up the whole thing here. Okay. You choose the left-hand panel. You push against it, and it slides open. It's empty, you slump in disappointment. You doofus, Pete yells. The line on the right was longer. I told you. You quickly reach for the right-hand panel. Too late. A metal gate slides over it, almost catching your fingers. Now what do we do, you ask? Well, we have to go in, Pete points out. Key or no key? He's right. So you walk through the yawning entrance. It's pitch black inside the mine. You wish you brought flashlights. You find an old railroad track. You follow it deep into a long, narrow tunnel. And then you stumble over something big. It's an old ore car, Pete exclaims. Miners used to use these to cart dirt out of the mines. Dirt and gold. You state, we must be getting closer to the treasure. Pete pokes you. Hey, I think I see something up there. You squint into the darkness and gasp in horror. Take a chilling look at page 58. What is that? Pete whispers. The jawbone of a dinosaur? Not quite, but it is a gigantic set of teeth. You get closer and you see that each of the teeth is about 2 inches long. The whole jaw is about 6 feet wide, and they seem to be made out of some kind of metal. Carved into the rock beside them is the message: the way to the golden chamber is down my throat. We are back in a loop. Great job, Mr. Sunshine. You win this round. I don't know what number. Is that 5? Is that time loop 5? Time loop 4? I'm scared. I don't know. 18, 5 time loops. 5 time loops. I can't type. It's doing all sorts of crazy things. Ah, man. This thing is awful. Well, you just exist and I can't even, like, not. Okay, you're my friend there. I don't know. Nope. Unban. I didn't mean to ban you. I apologize. I'm trying to be a mod. I don't know how to get back. Oh, man. I can't type anything. So, I can't see anything. So, I need you guys to help me because I broke the chat. Oh, maybe I can refresh it. Hang on. I'm trying to use this app to help make things easier, and it's kind of makes things harder. I feel like over time my wounds seem less real. I feel like they looked a lot more realistic when we first started, and now they don't look so realistic. Okay, I don't know what happened, but we just hit our 5th time loop. I'm not healing. I'm not a superhero. Yeah. Okay, whatever happened, we hit 5 time loops. We're going to go back. We're going to keep going from wherever we were before. I guess we're going to try and say that the other one was longer, which, again, I think they're the same length, so I don't think it matters. 108. You stare at the panels, and then you push the right-hand one. It slides open. A small golden key glows inside. Amazing. Pete was right. Yes, yes. I don't know why everyone thinks that you're the smart one, Pete crows. Just call me Einstein. You ignore him and grab the key. It starts to glow. Holding the key in front of you, you step inside the entrance. An old, dark railroad track leads into darkness. You follow the track by the key's glow. It's tough going. It's also dusty. And Pete starts sneezing. Achoo! Shh, you hiss. Who's going to hear us? Monsters? Pete teases. Quit it, you mutter. I know there aren't such things as monsters. And then you see something gleaming in the light from the key. Teeth. Monstrously big teeth. Monster, Pete yells, trying to run. 2 on page 36. Wait, you cry. You bend down, holding the key close to the teeth. They're so big, they're blocking the tunnel. It looks like an old bear trap, you tell Pete. Wow. Most traps just clamp onto an animal's ankle, but this one could snap you in half. A message is carved into the rock wall beside it. The way to the golden chamber is down my throat. You bet the golden chamber is where the gold is, but you have to go through the trap to get there. Cautiously, you bend closer. Snap! The jaws swing shut an inch from your nose, and then, with a screech of rusty metal, the trap opens again. It resets itself, you mutter. Whoa! Pete picks up a long stick from the tunnel floor. Let's throw this into it. We can jump past when the teeth are shut. You frown. Are you sure? Watch. Pete charges towards the jaws with a stick in front of him. Just before he reaches the trap, he ducks and rolls right towards the huge, pointy teeth. Pete, you scream. Snap. The dust settles on 111. You hold out the glowing key. You're afraid of what you might see. Pete's not the best brother in the world, but it's better to have one whole brother than 2 half brothers. But Pete is on the other side of the trap, grinning. He pumps his fist in the air. I made it! You stare at the stick in the trap, or whatever's left of it. The trap splintered it. A second later, the trap groans and resets itself. Your turn, Pete yells. Come on, chicken. It's easy. It's all in the timing. You don't know what to do. Pete made it past. But you're not Pete. Should you try and jump through the trap? Or is there another way? Walk, 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 Pete yells, flapping his arms. Choose option 1 to jump through the trap and hurl yourself at page 11. Or choose option 2 to find another way and peck at page 50. So option 1 to try and attempt to jump straight through the trap, or choose option 2 to try and find another way through the trap. Okay, we're gonna call it. I tried to pause it, it didn't quite work. Almost everybody voted for option 1. We're gonna jump through the trap and hurl ourselves at page 11. I'll show you who's chicken, you growl. You find a nice, thick stick. You test the trap by shoving the stick into the jaws. Snap! A couple of inches disappear off the end of the stick. The jaws reset pretty quickly. But Pete's right. There is time to make it. You back up the mine shaft, and then you run towards the trap with the stick held out in front of you. At the last minute, you jump. But like Pete says, it's all a matter of timing. Will you make it? Look at a clock right now. If the minutes on the clock are even, turn to 118. If the minutes on the clock are odd, turn to 29. And it is 10:33. So we are on the odd for page 29. We are going to page 29. You sail towards the jaws, keeping your eyes shut. Snap! Your breath is knocked out of you as you hit the ground. You're afraid to open your eyes. With one hand, you feel your head, your legs, your arms. Everything is there. You made it. Not bad, Pete comments. Even though I showed you how to do it. Right, you mutter. Just follow me, okay? We still have to find the gold. Or did you forget why we're here? Holding the glowing key as a torch, you and Pete inch down the mine shaft. Ahead, you hear a faint rumbling sound. It sounds like some kind of engine, you whisper. Not an engine, Pete argues. Something else. Not mechanical. He snaps his fingers. I know. A purring cat. No way. It would have to be a huge cat, you argue. Just then, the glowing key flickers like a candle and winks out. It's dark. Really dark. Grope your way to page 21. I can't see a thing, Pete complains. No kidding, you mutter. Your stomach knots up. You feel your way along the wall. It's clammy. But you remind yourself that being cold and scared won't matter. not when you find all that gold. And then you see a faint glow ahead. That way, you tell Pete. You stumble towards the glow. The rumbling noise grows louder. What is it? You wonder uneasily. You and Pete hurry across a sharp bend in the tunnel. The glow is suddenly blindingly bright. Golden light spills out of the doorway carved into the rock. The golden chamber? The rumbling sounds like thunder now. What are you going to see in there? Find out on page 13. We have not hit a time loop yet. I'm not sure why you guys think this is. You inch around the corner. You poke your head into the golden chamber. You gulp. The room is stuffed with gold. Gold bars, gold bricks, gold coins. But crouched on top of that huge glowing stack of gold is a big black cat wearing a golden collar. A panther. Pete stands frozen in the entrance, staring at the cat. Pete, you whisper. Back away. Slowly. Pete takes one step backwards, and then he turns and bolts from the room. The panther snarls, bares gleaming fangs, and leaps. Its razor-sharp claws reach out as it hurtles straight toward you. Turn to 123. You shrink back. You close your eyes. This is it, you think. You brace yourself for the feel of those razor-sharp claws. Nothing happens. Your eyes fly open. The panther jerks to a stop in midair and drops to the ground. Aha! Its golden collar is attached to a long golden chain. The panther can't move any farther. It can't reach you. Whew, you gasp. Your heart starts beating again. The panther curls up, never taking its eyes off of you. Hey, Pete whispers behind you. Look at the map. You glance down. The rolled up map is glowing. You pull it out of your pocket and stare at the bright red letters. Warning. The words underneath are suddenly crisp and clear. Behold the warning on page 7. Keep saying time loop, but you weren't here the whole time and we have not been here yet. So, Pete leans over your shoulder. A chill runs down your spine as he reads aloud. Warning. Danger awaits if you enter the golden chamber without the golden key. If you have the key, congratulations, but use it wisely, or else you'll be very sorry for a very long time. You gulp. Use it wisely? What does that mean? This is so cool, Pete punches your shoulder. You have the key. Oh man, we're gonna be rich. Your palms start to sweat. All that gold. You can have anything you want. All your friends can have anything they want. But what about the rest of the warning? That bit about using the key wisely or else? To learn more, go to page 5. You scan the room with your eyes and notice a big old wooden chest shoved against the wall. A treasure chest. Hey, there's a keyhole in the top of this chest. The panther growls. Your eyes dart back to the animal. And you notice the keyhole in its golden collar. Uh-oh. You poke Pete. Look, there are 2 keyholes. Do I use the key to unlock the panther's collar, or do I use it to unlock the treasure chest? That's a no-brainer, Pete declares. The chest. You frown. It seems too easy. What if this is another test? What if that chest is full of junk? Maybe I'm supposed to unlock the panther, and then it will disappear or something, and we'll all get all the gold. Or it will attack us, Pete argues. Duh. You sigh. Maybe Pete is right. Maybe you should play it safe. But you only have one chance at the gold. If you want to use the key on the chest, choose option 1. If you want to use the key on the panther's collar, choose option 2. 30 seconds left. Choose option 1 to use the key on the chest, or option 2 to use the key on the panther. "12 seconds left. And we're done. And option 2 was the most popular. We're gonna go with the panther's collar on 25. You step cautiously towards the panther. It lifts its head, revealing the keyhole. You fit the key in. Click. You gasp as the key dissolves in your hand. There's a burst of blinding, golden light. A laugh echoes through the chamber. An evil laugh. "Thanks for replacing me," a throaty voice murmurs. "Huh?" The light gets so bright it hurts. You throw your hands over your eyes. Then the light disappears. So does the panther. "Pete," you croak. You can hardly talk. Because now the golden collar is fastened around your neck. It's locked tight, and there is no more key. "Pete, get help," you manage to say. "Bring a locksmith." Pete tears down the tunnel. The sound of his footsteps fades into silence. And then you realize he forgot to take the map. Without it, he'll never find his way back to the mine or the golden chamber, which means you're going to be enjoying all of that gold for a long time. A very long time. The end. That was not a great ending. I'm not real about that ending. I think there are 10,000 other endings we could have had that would have been better. We had, I don't know what ending we're on. Does anyone else, please? I know we had 5 time loops. Was this like 16? Maybe? See if I can find it. Doesn't want to... Oh, I can't log back even further. I can't go back farther than I refresh the chat. I have no idea how many endings we're at. Someone, please remember. I think it's like around 15. Is there anyone here that still remembers? Please. Please tell me. 18? I don't think we're at 18. Anyone else? Does anyone remember? I can't go further back. Oh no. I have no idea how many endings it was, you guys. 19? 19? Okay. Okay, you guys have agreed? Okay, we're gonna go with 19. Okay, 19 endings. Thank you for helping me. I did not think it was that many, but apparently it was. There's so many more to go still. Oh, God. Okay, 19. Okay. Oh, I lost my tab. So, our last one, we had the option to use the key on the chest or the panther's collar. We chose the collar, and we're going to try chest instead at 67. And I know that we're at ending 19, so whatever happens next is going to be the 20th if we hit that. You take a step closer to the panther. It growls and bares its teeth. You break into a cold sweat. "You're right, Pete," you say. "I'm going for the chest. There's no way I'm letting that panther loose." You rush to the chest and pull it away from the wall. You turn the key in the lock and the lid opens. Pew! You groan, feeling like you're going to throw up. There's nothing but a lump of smelly meat inside. It must be about 1,000 years old. Oh man, Pete moans. And then, grrr, the panther snarls. It springs into the treasure chest and starts growling at the meat. In a flash, you slam the lid shut and lock it tight. Yes, Pete yells. Yes, you did it. Your eyes shine with triumph as you scoop up handful after handful of gold. It's all yours. You're rich. Looks like this really was a golden opportunity. The end. Okay, 20 endings. So I guess that I like that the 20th ending was like a good ending for us, but at the same time, I don't like how it falls in the progression. So I mean, Oliver, that's one of the ends. There's so many ends, man. There's so many ends. That was one of them that just happened, I guess. The next backward step is choosing whether the minutes on the clock are odd or even. And we were odd, but we're going to go with even on 119 instead and see what happens. You sail through the air, still holding the stick in front of you, but the jaws don't bite. Not yet, that is. As you hurtle into the rusty teeth, the trap almost seems to be smiling. Well, why wouldn't it smile? You're probably pretty tasty. The end. Okay, so we got 21 endings. The one before that, we had the option to jump through the trap or to try and find another way. And we jumped through the trap, and we're going to go the other way onto page 50. I don't really know where that was or what we should have done. I'm not chicken. I'm smart, you tell yourself. As you search for another way to get past the trap, you kneel out of range of the teeth. Maybe you can figure out how this thing works. You might be able to take stuff apart. You're pretty good at that kind of stuff. Bok, bok, bok! Pete tenses, doing his chicken dance. You wish he'd dance right into that trap. Then you'd spot the little hole at the hinge of the trap. A keyhole! Hey, you shout. I found a keyhole. This must be where we use the golden key. You carefully slide the key into place. It turns. With a terrible clanking, legs unfold beneath the teeth. The trap shakes off years of dust and stands up. It becomes a huge metal monster. A monster that groans and screeches, sending a shiver up your spine. It looks alive, and it's walking right towards you. Turn to 69. You turn to run. Snap! The teeth grab a hold of your shirt. You pull away. Who cares if you rip a dumb shirt? It doesn't help. The teeth only grind up more of your shirt. You're being pulled in, and the teeth are a lot stronger than you. Pete, do something, you will. Stop it, Pete shouts. He finds a huge stick and whacks the teeth from behind, over and over again, and they don't stop. You feel the metal teeth inching up your back. They start to close around your neck. Don't panic, you tell yourself. Don't lose your head. But you have a terrible feeling that you're about... Snap! The end. I didn't send that properly. That was an old one. This is 22 endings. Well, we got our head chopped off, friends. So that was super. let's keep going with that, I guess. No, you guys say 21. It was 22. I forgot to say 21 the last time. It was 22. It was really 22. Yep. Nope, I didn't count this one twice. I didn't hit enter after the last time we had one. So the 21 endings was the previous one. And I typed it and didn't hit enter. And now it's... No! I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I'm watching you guys. I had 21 endings already typed in to hit enter before I did this one. Fuck off. If you guys think there's only 21, you can leave. I don't know what I'm doing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sunshine. There's 2 Jeremys here. One agrees with me. One does not agree with me. I don't know what I'm doing. But in that one case, I did know that I did it right. And it's 22. And he agrees with me. So, it's fine. So, our next step back is to exactly. So there's a Mr. Sunshine Mace, and there's a Weezak 7, and they're both Jeremys, and they have both known me for approximately 15 years. So you guys can battle it out yourself, I guess. But we definitely tried to feed the spider our peanut butter sandwiches previously, and we're gonna grab a torch instead to try and fight them on 106. And we already had 22 endings. We're at 22. You make a grab for the nearest torch. The trouble is, with your feet all gooed up, you can't quite reach it. The spider's clicking jaws come even closer. You threw your whole body at the wall. You did it. You wrap one hand around the torch. Got it, Pete, you yell. Help me. Pete lurches against you. His weight knocks you off balance. You pull down on the torch, trying to steady yourself. The torch squeaks and moves. It's some kind of lever. A loud, creaking sound drowns out the clicking of the spider's jaws. A hidden panel in the wall slides open. A secret passage, you cheer. The spider, Pete warns. It's almost on top of you. You manage to yank 1 foot free from the kick of the spider. You kick the spider where Snow should be. Oh my god. You guys, I have the hiccups so bad I can't even talk. And I'm so sorry. And I feel like it's like completely just ruining everything right now, and I can't stop. Oh, it's so bad. I can't stop. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you guys can battle about if you knew me sooner or whatever. But like, is this a goal? Somebody wants to just watch me hiccup on this channel? I'm so sorry. Okay. What did I read? I can't stop. Oh, it's terrible. I don't know where I am. You guys are fighting. I'm hiccuping. I don't even know where to go from here. Where do I go back to the you throw your whole body at the wall. You did it. You wrap one hand around the torch. Got it, Pete, you yell. Help me. Pete lurches against you. His weight knocks you off balance. You pull down on the torch, trying to steady yourself. The torch squeaks and moves. It's some kind of lever. A loud, creaking sound drowns over the clicking of the spider's jaws. A hidden panel in the wall slides open. A secret passage, you cheer. The spider, Pete warns. It's almost on top of you. You manage to yank 1 foot free from the goo. You kick the spider where the nose should be. The spider lets out a weird, high-pitched screech. Its huge eyes seem to glow. It scuttles forward. Great. Before it was just hungry. Now it's mad. Turn to page 45. Don't say a big gulp. Don't make fun of me. I can't stop this. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Just as the hairy spider legs reach out, you manage to drag yourself and Pete into the secret passage. The walls slide shut, blocking off the spider. Safe! You take a few deep breaths to calm down. Pete is stamping his feet, trying to knock off the spider goo. You shouldn't have made it mad, he complains. Thinking things could have been worse. You snap back. Some thanks you get for saving him. There are any torches in this tunnel. It's too dark to see. So you have to feel your way along the clammy walls. Pete keeps one hand on your arm as you inch forward. Ouch! You stumble and throw your hands out to stop your fall. You land on metal. Long tracks of metal with pieces of wood linking them together. A small wooden cart sits on the tracks. Hey, it's an old railroad track. That's an ore car. You feel a burst of excitement. This really is the lost gold mine. Gold, here we come. Your voice echoes strangely, bouncing off the walls. The sound gives you the creeps, but you're too excited to care. You hurry along the tracks. I see gold, Pete points out in a faint glimmer ahead. Your heart leaps. Until you see what it really is. Take a look on 58. I know. I can't hold my breath while I'm trying to read at the same time, you guys. That's a problem. What is that? Pete whispers. The jawbone of a dinosaur. Not quite. It's a giant set of teeth. Oh my god, you guys. We've hit this exact same page twice. Twice. This is a time loop. So I'm gonna try and not have the hiccups anymore. So the way that I do believe it's time hit number 6, and I just need to get rid of my hiccups. So hopefully that works. I'm like pretty sure it's time to loop 6. Yes, it is. We're correct. It is 6. Yes. If any of you are like aware of these endings / loops and like confident in them, please announce them, other than me having to try and figure out what it is and go back to announce it. So Please do that. Okay, so we're going back now that we've had 6 time loops to the point where we had the option to try and take Pete's shortcut or to follow the map exactly the way it was. And we followed the map, but this time we're going to try and take Pete's shortcut and see what Pete knows on page 6. I'm going, Pete announces. He starts climbing straight to the entrance. After a minute, you follow him. It is shorter. The climb is really hard. You have to pull yourself over some big rocks. But it's sort of fun, too. Pete suddenly lets out a scream. You glance up and spot your brother leaping down the mountain. He looks panicked, and you can see why. A mountain lion is chasing him. Don't worry, Pete, you shout. Your guidebook says you can scare a mountain lion away. You just have to act as if you're going to attack him. Or, on the other hand, you could run. Think fast. The mountain lion and Pete are about 2 leaps away from crashing right into you. So choose option 1 if you want to try scaring off the mountain lion, or choose option 2 to run away from the mountain lion. Okay. Trying to get it.
Once again, I'm coming to this place you know.
Oh, stop.
Once again, I'm coming. Once again.
Sorry, I'm so bad at this. Okay, more people said option 1 being we're gonna scare off the mountain lion instead of running. So page 91. I'm surprised we're not through the whole book yet. Honestly, it's pretty late. You decide to stand your ground. There's no way you can outrun a mountain lion. You climb up on a rock. Your book said that the bigger you look, the scarier you'll be. You yell and scream, waving your arms. Bad mountain lion. Find somebody else to eat. You shout. Pete stares at you as if you're crazy, but he's too tired to run any farther. The mountain lion pauses for a moment and gazes up at you. It seems confused. Maybe it thinks you're crazy, too. Go away, you yell. You big stupid pussycat. The mountain lion sits back on its haunches. It cocks its head to a side and peers at you. Is it working? You yell again. You think you're so tough? Our dog could eat you alive, you dumb lion. Yeah, Pete adds, catching on. So could our goldfish. The big cat sits and licks its paw. Pete picks up a rock and throws it down. Hard. It hits the mountain lion right in the head. Uh-oh. Your heart suddenly starts to thump faster. Turn to page 89. The big cat stares as if it's surprised. Smooth move, Pete, you whisper. You're too scared to yell at him. Sorry, Pete mumbles in a tiny voice. The mountain lion jumps to its feet and leaps away. You let out a huge sigh of relief. It worked! I rule, Pete yells. See this hand? This hand through the rock that destroyed the mountain lion. I almost destroyed you, you snap. Says who? Just call me Dr. Rock, Pete brags. Lions and tigers and bears, beware, he goes on. And on and on. All the way up to mine. The entrance is only a small opening, propped by old wooden beams. You shake the beams, they feel sturdy. But it's dark outside, and you forget to bring flashlights. Hey, Dr. Rock, you call. Want to lead the way? Pete glances at the dark, forbidding hole. Dr. Rock says, after you. It figures. Rock on to 117. You lead Pete into the mine. Bat wings flutter overhead. After walking all the way into the bright sun, you can hardly see in here. You feel your way down a long tunnel. Ow! You mutter as you bang your shins on some kind of metal cart. You peer in the gloom. It seems like an old ore cart. Hey, didn't those old ore carts run around the railroad tracks? Pete said. Yeah, you answer. You stoop down and feel the tracks in the ground. And that means we can follow those tracks. Maybe right to the gold. You and Pete kick your feet alongside the tracks to find a way. You wave your arms around in front of your faces to keep from walking into anything. You squint into the darkness. Is that a light up ahead? Pete, you exclaim. I think I see something. You hurry closer, and a cold chill shakes you. You don't want to see. Take a closer look on 58. What is that? Pete whispers. The jawbone of a dinosaur? Not quite, but it's a giant set of teeth. As you get closer, you see that each of the teeth is about 2 inches long. Dude, we've done the same ending like 4 freaking times now. 7 time loops. 7 time loops. Okay, in all of the other, like, books so far, I feel like we have not had this many time loops. It has not gone together that many times. Okay, which one is on? Ooh, I can't tell which one is the newer one because I put them in the same spot. So, was the last one we should have gone back to was checking out the ghost when we said there's no such thing as ghosts, or to try and scare off the lion. I don't know which one it is. Okay, we're gonna go with the lion. So instead of trying to scare off whatever lion we are facing, we're going to run from the lion instead on page 16. Run, Pete, you scream. The lion doesn't look easy to scare. You turn and jump down to the next rock. Your sneakers almost slip. Why didn't you buy real climbing shoes? Wait for me, Pete yells. He leaps across a wide space between 2 rocks. Your heart stands still, but he lands perfectly. You're a natural-born climber, you tell him. Not as natural as that lion, Pete pants. He jumps again. You're right on his heels, hurtling from rock to rock. We're gonna make it, Pete, you yell breathlessly. Yeah, we're... Pete suddenly slips and loses his balance. Whoa, he yells. Pete crashes into you. You both fall, skidding down the loose rocks of the slope. A snarl sounds right above you. You peer up into the open mouth of one hungry-looking mountain lion. So much for shortcuts. Now you and Pete are cold cuts. The end. Okay, that wasn't a bad ending. That was like I'd say that was like number 3 in the list, in my favorites of this book. That was ending number 3. It was my favorite. We're on ending 22. Do we finish? I think this is 22. Is it 23? I think it's 23. I agree. I think it's 23 endings. I don't know. Is it 22 or 23? That time loop didn't count. I just scroll up until I see my thing. I see me saying no, I see me saying 22 endings. I already said 22 endings earlier. I did not count one twice. You were fucked up. I did not count it twice. You may have thought I did, but I did not. You just missed the one that I counted before. This is 23. It's 23. Okay. So, now we're going back to where we had the option to check out the ghost or to just wait out the sunrise. And we are instead waiting out the sunrise on 114. I'm waiting right here for sunrise, you declare. The moan comes from the old chapel again. To your surprise, Pete stops in his tracks. Ha! So you're scared after all, you crow? I am not, Pete insists. I just don't want to miss the sunrise. The sun slowly climbs up in the sky. Across the desert, you begin to see the faint outline of a huge mountain. I don't see any reflection, Pete complains. This was a stupid waste of time. Oh yeah, you reply? What about that? On the mountain, something that looks like the entrance to a cave suddenly glows. The light gets brighter and brighter, shining straight into your eyes. The lost mine, you whoop with excitement. Let's go, Pete exclaims. You stare at the land between you and the mountain, and it looks like dangerous territory, dotted with jagged cliffs and sharp-edged canyons. One wrong step and you take a deep breath. Great, you mutter. How do we get there? Alive. Exhale and turn to page 10. You check out the map. A whole new section seems to jump out at you. What is with this map? Now it shows a short trail that neatly avoids the worst of the canyons. The trail looks pretty easy, you tell Pete in relief. We should be there in about 15 minutes. An hour later, you stop for another rest. We should have taken the bus. Pete gasps, fanning his shoulders with his hands. You wipe sweat off your forehead. Actually, you think, it's been an easy hike. Too easy. You haven't gotten lost. Not once. You haven't even stumbled or stubbed your toe. And you're not even the world's best hiker. You have a bad feeling. Like a really bad feeling. You shake your head impatiently. You're being dumb. Let's keep going, you tell Pete. It's worth the hike. Don't forget, we have a ton of gold soon. As you reach the mountains, the map changes again. It shows an easy climb to the mine entrance. 2 minutes later, you're there. Just like that. We did it, Pete crows. We found the lost mine. Now, can you find page 126? The entrance doesn't look like you thought it would. It's just a deep, dark cave, choked with weeds and bushes. It's an open wide. Anyone could find it. Even Pete notices. This is it? He asks. Are you sure you read the map right? Yes, I read the map right. You peer into the cave. It seems to lead into a tunnel. You have that bad feeling again. It's all been too easy. Could it be a trick? So, I guess we go inside, you say? You try to act braver than you feel. You push past the bushes in the dark into the cave. It's pitch black in there. Pete bumps into you first from behind. Sorry, he mutters. You walk forward carefully. I can't believe we forgot flashlights, you complain. That won't be necessary. A deep voice booms out. A sickly green glow suddenly lights up the cave. It just brings enough for you to see where the voice came from. You stare in horror. You knew it was too easy. It gets harder on 102. You and Pete are inside a huge chamber. The murky green light makes it as if you're underwater. But those things in front of you aren't fish. You don't know what they are. There are 3 of them. 3 huge, bumpy creatures. You swallow hard. Be cool, you whisper to Pete. Sure, Pete stammers. His eyes are wide in shock. One of the creatures steps towards you. That's when you realize what all the bumps on it are. Eyeballs! The creature is made of thousands of eyeballs, all stuck together. Blue, green, brown. Gross. We are the watchers of the mine, the creature booms. We watch for those who want the gold. Your mouth is dry. You can't speak. A sudden chill shakes you. Beside you, Pete gulps. To enter the golden chamber, you must pass our test, the watcher continues. Answer our question correctly and go forward. Answer wrong and face the darkness. A test. Is this what the shopkeeper meant? Should you take the test or run for the door? If you want to run like crazy, choose option 1. If you want to try and take the test, choose option 2. We have 30 seconds left. Choose option 1 to run like crazy, or choose option 2 to take the test. And we chose option number 1. We are running the heck out of there. Get out, friends. Page 61. You decide that the watchers can watch you run. Come on, Pete, you scream. You turn to race towards the entrance. The sickly light shuts off. You're in total darkness again. You can't see a thing. You can't see the entrance. You stop dead. And Pete crashes into you. You both sprawl on the floor. You hear a squishy sound. A lot of eyeballs taking a walk. They're coming closer. And you bet they can't see in the dark. Pete grabs your arm. Which way should we go? He yelps. This way, you shout, dragging him behind you. You run flat into the wall. Ouch. You pull Pete in another direction, another wall. The squishy sound comes even closer. You didn't even hear the question, the watcher complains. It laughs, a creepy, nasty laugh. Prepare yourselves for darkness. Cast your eyes on page 109. You drop to the ground. Your hands scrabble in the loose dirt. Pete, the dirt, you yell. You scoop up a handful and throw it towards the watcher. Ouch, the creature yells. You heave another handful of dirt, another, and then your fingers scrape the rock. You whirl around, feeling for more dirt, and spy a yellow light shining up ahead. This way, you yell. You grab Pete's hand and stumble into the narrow passage lit by torches. For some reason, the watchers don't follow. But you soon realize why. The floor of the tunnel is completely covered with broken skeletons. The skeletons are covered in some sort of nasty, sticky goo. Follow your own eyeballs on page 95. I feel like this is where we were before. Gross, Pete exclaims. Do you think those skeletons once belonged to other kids? Kids like us? You ask fearfully. Shh, listen. Pete holds up his hands. You listen and you hear a new sound, some sort of clicking or tapping ahead of you. Down the tunnel, it sounds like someone tapping out Morse code. Hey, maybe there is another kid down here, a live one. You drag Pete towards the tapping sound. It gets louder and louder the faster you go. Pete piles into you. Hey, watch, he starts to complain, and then he breaks off. Whoa. Creeping towards you, clicking its jaws together, is a big spider. A really big spider. Yup, it's a time loop, you guys. It is time loop 8. If I can type. Well, that one is over. We're going to go back to the previous one. We had the option of running like crazy or trying the pop quiz. Taking a look at page 19. You decide to take the Watcher's test. After all, you've got to be smarter than a bunch of walking eyeballs. Ask me anything, you command. The Watchers form a line in front of you. The middle ones announce. We are the 3 Watchers. We always stand in a line, but not always in the same order. The one on the right says, I never stand next to the Watcher with the most eyeballs. The one in the middle declares, I always stand next to the Watcher with the second most eyeballs. And I always stand in the middle. Or no. And I sometimes stand in the middle. And sometimes not, the one on the left tells you. Together they ask, which of us has the most eyeballs? Huh? You gulp and glance at Pete. But he's staring at the Watchers in a kind of trance horror. You're on your own. Concentrate. The one on the right said he never stands next to the Watcher with the most eyeballs. And he's standing next to the one in the middle. So it can't be the one in the middle. But which of the other 2 is it? If you think it's the one on the left, choose option 1. If you think it's the one on the right, choose option 2. And I will read it again. The one on the right says, I never stand next to the Watcher with the most eyeballs. The one in the middle declares, I always stand next to the Watcher with the second most eyeballs. And I sometimes stand in the middle and sometimes stand not. The one on the left tells you. Together they ask, which of us has the most eyeballs? If you think it's the one on the left, choose option 1. If you think it's the one on the right, choose option 2. We still have 30 seconds left. I'm still confused. The one on the right says, I never stand next to the Watcher with the most eyeballs. The one in the middle says, I always stand next to the Watcher with the second most eyeballs. And I sometimes stand in the middle and sometimes stand in the not, says the one on the left. So if you think it's the one on the left, go to page 59, has the most eyeballs. If you think it's the one on the right, choose option 2. So right has the most eyeballs. Okay. I did have 3 people choose the right as the option, and I mean, on a personal level, I think that's the right answer, but I guess we're gonna find out, right? Page 128. You've got it. You figured out the answer. The one with the most eyeballs is you shout, pointing at the creature on the right. The middle Watcher blinks all his eyeballs at once. That's right, he grumbles. How did you know? You try to explain. Well, the Witcher on the right said he never stands next to the Witcher with the most eyeballs, but he's standing next to you, since you're in the middle, and he has to stand next to the Witcher on the left when the Watcher on the left stands in the middle. The only Watcher that never stands next to himself, so he must be the Watcher with the most eyes. Huh, Pete murmurs. Congratulations, you passed. Now take your prize. The Watcher in the middle holds out a small golden key. Oh, and beware the panther, he adds. The Watchers turn and squish into the darkness. Wait, you call. What panther? And what's the key for? Follow the gold and find out, one watcher replies. Gold? What gold? Find out what they mean on 115. The green glow fades. A pale golden light takes its place. It reveals a rocky tunnel. I guess we follow the gold light, you murmur. Pete shrugs. Hey, you're the smart one. You make your way down to the tunnel. The air is cold and clammy, but the golden light seems to grow even brighter. You glance down. The key in your pocket is glowing. The glow grows brighter every second you take. We must be getting closer to the golden chamber, you tell Pete. Your heart thumps with excitement. You and Pete follow the tunnel around a sharp turn. Yow, you cry. The light is so bright, it hurts. You drop back into the tunnel. The golden chamber, Pete cries. He runs past you into the bright room. Pete, wait, you shout. It can't be this easy to get the gold. Sure it. Pete's voice suddenly stops. Pete, you call? But he doesn't answer. And then you hear it. It's kind of a nice sound. Almost like a cat purring. A very big cat. Shh. Turn noiselessly to page 13. You inch around the corner. You poke your head into the golden chamber. You gulp. The room is stuffed with gold. Gold bars, gold bricks, gold coins. But crouched on top of that huge glowing stack is a big black cat wearing a golden collar. A panther. Pete stands frozen in the entrance, staring at the cat. Pete, you whisper? Back away. Slowly. Pete takes one step backwards, and then he turns and bolts from the room. The panther snarls, bares gleaming thick fangs, and leaps. Its razor-sharp claws reach out as it hurtles straight towards you. Turn to page 123. You shrink back. You close your eyes. This is it, you think. You brace yourself for the feel of the razor-sharp claws. And nothing happens. Your eyes fly open. The panther jerks to a stop in midair and drops to the ground. Aha! Its golden collar is attached to a long golden chain. The panther can't move any farther. It can't reach you. Whew, you gasp. Your heart starts beating again. The panther curls up, never taking its eyes off you. Hey, Pete whispers behind you. Look at the map. You glance down. The rolled up map is glowing. You pull it out of your pocket and stare at the bright red letters. Warning. The words underneath are suddenly crisp and clear. Be warned on page 7. Pete leans over your shoulder. A chill runs down your spine as he reads out loud. Warning. Danger awaits if you enter the golden chamber without the golden key. If you have the key, congratulations, but use it wisely, or else you'll be very sorry for a very long time. You gulp. Use it wisely? What does that mean? This is so cool. Pete punches your shoulder. You have the key. Oh man, we're gonna be rich. Your palms start to sweat. All that gold. You can have anything you want. All your friends can have anything they want. But what about the rest of the warning? That bit about use the keys wisely or else? To learn more, go to page 5. You scan the room with your eyes and notice a big old wooden chest against the wall. A treasure chest. Hey, there's a keyhole in the top of the chest, the panther growls. Your eyes dart to the back of the animal, and you notice the keyhole in its golden collar. Uh-oh, you poke Pete. Look, there are 2 keyholes. Do I use the key to unlock the panther's collar, or do I unlock the treasure chest? That's a no-brainer, Pete declares. The chest? You frown. It seems too easy. What if this is another test? Maybe the chest is full of junk. Maybe I'm supposed to unlock the panther. And then I'll just appear or something and we'll all get all the gold. Or it will attack us, Pete argues. Duh. You sigh. Maybe Pete is right. Maybe you should play it safe. But you only have one chance at the gold. If you want to use the key on the chest, choose page 67. Or if you want to choose the Panther's collar, choose 25. I know we've been here before. It's just like, should be a strong spaghetti. I mean, I know we've been to this before. Did we do both options, though? That's what I'm unsure of. That's why I kept going. Okay. So I'm going to check both and kind of see where we're at. So if we go to 25. Okay, you're right. Panther is replace the Panther. Yep. Okay, that's it. You guys are right. Both of those we have already done. So we're gonna count that as like the next time loop. Is that 10? Is that 10 time loops? Or 9? I think it's just 9. 9 time loops. Okay. So then we're going to go back. We chose the one on the right. We're going to choose the one on the left. This was like the eyeball people. Even though I think we chose the right one, we're going to do the other one anyway. It was the 59. See what happens. More death, probably. Your mind races. You can't figure this puzzle out. The Watcher stepped towards you. Which of us has the most eyeballs? The middle Watcher repeats. You blurt, pointing to the Watcher on the left. Don't be silly, he scoffs. I sometimes stand in the middle. The Watcher on the right pipes up. If he stands in the middle, that means he's standing next to me, and I never stand next to the Witcher with the most eyes, because I am the Witcher with the most eyes. He grabs you with a hand made of eyeballs. 100 eyelashes flicker against your wrist. I win, he shouts gleefully, and now I get 4 more. 4 more what, you ask? 4 more eyeballs, the creature replies. You should have seen that answer coming. Too bad. Next time you take the test, maybe you shouldn't make any more blind guesses. We should have seen it coming. We should have seen it coming. I 1000% agree. That was great. What's our last? This is 24. 24. Okay, so that was 24. At this moment in time, there is only 1 tab left in the book. We may have like a little bit more, but like this is like the longest book ever. If we have like if this doesn't end in death soon, because normally it's like 3 to 4 hours, and we're at like 4.5. So like this is like a long fucking book. I'm just saying. Okay, so this level we chose to search for the reflection or to take the lost mine trail, and we previously chose to pay attention to our reflections. We're going to take the lost mine trail on page 79. 49. I read it wrong. 49. Well, Pete prompts. I say we take the lost mine trail, you declare. You and Pete hike the short distance to the trailhead. There's a big arrow and a sign. Mine trail this way. You head out. The trail starts off easy. Then it gets steep and tough. Pete starts complaining. This trail stinks, he grumbles. Why did they put a mine at the top of the mountain anyway? Because that's where the gold was, you snap. Well, it's way too steep, he goes on. He kicks a rock. A bunch of stones spill down the trail. Would you quit messing around, you grumble. I didn't do it, Pete insists. It came from farther up. Maybe it was a mountain lion, you suggest sarcastically. Pete looks up nervously. You're glad. The more rocks fall and scrambling sounds echo around you, they seem to come from everywhere. It is a mountain lion. Let's beat it, Pete yells. It's too late. A dark shape flies toward you from the rocks above. Scramble to page 64. You duck as the shape flies past, as light as a feather. It's a little white-tailed deer. It prances down the slope. You burst out laughing. Nice lion. Oh, shut up, Pete murmurs. Are we there yet? You peer at the map. Weird. It seems to be getting even clearer. You can read the whole thing even without getting a headache. And the entrance to the mine is marked as clear as day. Look, you point to a dark cave up in the mountainside. That's the entrance right there. Let's go. Pete starts to climb towards it. Wait, you shout. The map says we should go this way. You trace a winding path on the map with your finger. But we can see the entrance, Pete argues. Who needs a dumb map? Let's take the shortcut. A shortcut would be quicker, but the map might be magic. Maybe you should ignore it. What do you do? Dun dun dun. This is a time loop, you guys. No, that was the last one. I'm not okay with ending the story on a time loop. That was our 9th time loop. No, it was our 10th time loop. Well, we end on our 10th time loop. At least it was an even time loop. We did have 24 endings to the book, which the books always say like over 20 spooky endings. So we had at least 20 spooky endings we did listen to. We had 24 endings and 10 time loops. So I feel like it's like almost 30. This book was loopy. Ashley, you should have caught the whole book since it was the book you wanted to read. So now is the time of the evening where we need to decide what, now that I've like rubbed my face so much that none of my snake bites look like snake bites anymore, and I'm really upset about that. But we need to decide what book we're going to read next week. So let me dig them out here. There's all these books, and a lot of them we have already read. So I think this is the ones we have not. So votes. Let's see what you guys all think. I don't like where I'm at. I wish I could be more centered. So we have Trapped in Batwing Hall, or Secret Agent Grandma, The Knight in Screaming Armor, Night in Werewolf Woods, The Curse of the Creeping Coffin, or Scream of the Evil Genie. So we still have 6 books left, or 6 options. So if you guys can give me some input here. That'd be super. Help me decide what book we should read next week. We got Trapped in Batwing Hall, Secret Agent Grandma, The Knight in Screaming Armor, A Night in Werewolf Woods, The Curse of the Creeping Coffin, or Scream of the Evil Genie. Anyone? I got one vote. Mr. Sunshine votes for Secret Agent Grandma. Which, in the past couple weeks we've voted, Secret Agent Grandma has been pretty high on the list. So, even if we only get one vote, I feel like this has a good chance of winning. Anyone else? At all? Anybody? Somebody vote. Binks is like licking my face. Come here, Binks. Tell everybody to vote. Come here. Here's Binks. Binks says, everybody vote, because I'm so cute. Binks says vote. Everybody vote. If you're not going to vote, I'm going to burn down the AutoZone. That's what she says. Let's burn down everything. Come on. Let's just, like, burn all the patriarchy, you guys. Okay. Secret Agent Grandma. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I hear it's pretty bad. But, I mean, I'm really, like, 99% okay with burning down the police station and, like, only 2% okay with burning down the AutoZone. So, that's my, like, personal opinion on it. But, I've also seen a lot of pictures and videos of a lot of, like, really great community members working together to clean up all of the remnants of the riots. So, I know there's a lot of bad out there, but there's also a lot of good out there and people working together, which I think is pretty cool. So, I got 1 genie and 2 genies and 2 grandmas. Yeah. I've seen a couple of videos of some pretty shady white folks making property damage as well that shouldn't have, so let's like pretend that try and make it seem like it's a problem that is not a problem when it is a problem. Yeah, those were, yeah, that AutoZone theoretical supposed guy. I've seen both things where they said that that guy was like a cop and then somebody else was like, oh, that was proven that it wasn't. But regardless, it was some guy who was a white guy, clearly, obviously, being secretive and going and smashing those without talking to anybody else. So, like, regardless of whether or not that guy was actually a cop, like, that guy is a fucking asshole and was like trying to make black people look bad by starting the riot. So I mean, I really hope he wasn't a cop, but if he was, like, still fucked up. It's still awful. Yeah. Oh, I can't read all this stuff on here, you guys. This is hard. Yeah. I don't know. It's real fucked up. The whole world is on fire right now. And, I mean, I kind of feel like it should be because there's a lot of people getting, like, killed and arrested for no reason. And that's not okay. So, let's burn it all down. I guess based on the 2 responses that I got, I feel like we're going to go ahead and do a Secret Agent Grandma for next week, because our world is on fire and everything sucks. And so, like, if we can have anything in our, like, moderate internet lives to make us feel like we're human still, I feel like reading Secret Agent Grandma would be one of those things. So we're going to continue to do that, even though there are an insane amount of riots and protests and bullshit and people being killed and stupid shit happening everywhere. And we're just gonna, well, one, we're gonna go to the protest this weekend, and then when we come back, we're gonna read Secret Agent Grandma, because it's important. Maybe this will teach us things about unity. And if not, I'll share with you guys all the things I learned from the protest about being united. But I love you guys, and I love these books, and I hope that all the racist fucks light on fire, and that everyone who isn't an asshole gets to live a good life. That's what I believe. So, great job. This is a cool ending. I love it. I also feel like I like wiped all this shit all over my face and destroyed everything, but it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's on fire, but it's fine. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys, and I love you guys, and peace out. Thank you for joining me and being fun friends for almost 5 hours tonight, because this was like a really long one. It's not usually that long. But yeah, next week we'll be back with Secret Agent Grandma, and I guess if you guys are lucky, I'll like find like a grandma wig to wear. I don't think that's gonna happen, but I feel like it'd be cool, right? Let's try it, maybe. Sounds good.